decided to switch up the theme a little bit this year and really throw the very first AI summit in IoTex's history. And we're really excited to have amazing speakers and sponsors throughout the day. We're going to go over a little bit of housekeeping before we get started. So as you can see, we are right now a little blurry, but we're at the summit stage. And we have this entire second floor of the Amara Hotel booked out here. Throughout the day, you can kind of hop stages if you want. There's another stage called the Valley Stage, closer to the showcase area, where we're going to be hosting what we call Crypto's Got Talent. It's a lot of different emerging companies and startups that are going to be pitching their companies, focusing on things across the AI and the deep in space. And we also have a lot of amazing projects like Rover, Nubula, Minara, etc., that are going to be showcasing their products and their companies in the showcase area. And here on the summit stage, this is our main stage, and we're going to be having the largest speakers and the largest panels here on this stage. A little blurry, but we're going to be having these flyers all around. You can kind of check the programming. We're going to have speakers from Google, Vodafone, Animoca, Microsoft, Nubula, Rover, Zero Gravity, MetaMask, and much more. And we want to give a special shout out to our co-hosts, Misari and Hashkey. So here on the summit stage, we're going to be starting with a keynote from our co-host today, Hashkey Chain, followed by a keynote from myself on the rise of real-world AI and IoTex's thesis for real-world AI, followed by a very, very amazing fireside chat with Yat Su, Chairman and CEO of Animoca, as well as Ben Schiller, Managing Editor from CoinDesk. And we're going to wrap up the morning session here on the summit stage before the lunch break with a keynote presentation from Space and Time. So without further ado, we're going to kick off today's programming. Keep these opening remarks short and sweet. We hope you guys learn a ton about the intersection of the real world and artificial intelligence today. So I want to kick things off by welcoming to the stage Skylar, head of Hashkey Chain. Let's give her a hand.
This is freaking cold now. Can I get some pause to get myself warm up? Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Skylar, head of Hashkey Chain. I'm very honored for the opportunity to be here in front of you guys, sharing our stories. We are at a historical turning point in the world of finance. The question is no longer if blockchain can transform the industry, but how and when will it happen first? At Hashkey, we are convinced that the most significant and immediate opportunity lies in unlocking the multi-trillion the multi-trillion-dollar market of real-world assets. The potential is not matched yet. We are talking about a market well over $16 trillion. This is about bringing assets like treasury bonds, real estate, and funds on-chain. But the central challenge the key that unlocks this vast potential is trust. How do we build a system that guarantees the authenticity of an asset off-chain and the reliability of the data on-chain? Solving this trust gap is our primary mission. At the same time, it requires a legal framework and a matching operational hurdles, along with a supportive technical stack. And sure thing, how do RWA assets can be truly useful and fully tradable by everybody are something worth all of us to explore. By the end of the day, liquidity solutions will be the key for project to stand out in the market. To address those, we didn't build just another general purpose chain. We engineered a dedicated full stack solution from the ground up. It begins with our core. A regulation-friendly, high-performance Layer 2. This provides the necessary compliance and scalability. On top of this, we have built a secure Oracle and cross-chain infrastructure to serve as a robust bridge for data and assets, ensuring real-world tangibility is accurately reflected on-chain. This is complemented by a suite of DeFi primitives like lending, trading, and custody, creating a ready-made financial ecosystem. And finally, we provide an end-to-end tokenization suite, giving assets issuers all the tools they need in one integrated platform. We don't just offer technology. We offer a complete, compliant pathway to tokenization. Why are we capable of doing such? Because Hashkey Group ecosystem provide a full-stack crypto assets platform and ecosystem across entire virtual asset landscape to serve institutional users like retail investors, institutions, family offices, funds, and professional traders. Within the Hashkey chain, we have the Hashkey token, the utility token, as the gas of every engagement and transactions. It plays an important role within the whole Hashkey Group ecosystem, like a bolster to promote our business to grow. The journey requires a strong ecosystem. It requires the builders, the innovators, and the visionaries in this room. Hashkey Chain mainnet is live and operational now. We are already seeing significant traction. Pioneering projects are training us to tokenize a range of assets. For example, in the past few months, we partnered with GF Securities in Hong Kong to launch first tokenized security with end-to-end on-chain deployment and issuance. SY Holding Group Limited, a leading digital technology firm specialized in AI-driven industrial supply chains, has launched the Asia Pacific's first supply chain assets-backed RWA tokenization on Hashkey Chain. They're building on Hashkey Chain because they require a platform that is not only technologically robust, but also compliant and institution-ready for day one. The journey requires a strong ecosystem. It requires the builders, the innovators, and the visionaries in this room. The era of RWA is not just coming, it's already here in front of us. And it is being built on the pillars of trust, compliance, and institutional-grade technology. We have built a gateway. We are inviting you guys to join us and be part of this transformative moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Skylar, for sharing more about Hashkey Chain. The next presentation is going to be given by myself on the rise of real-world AI. Once we get the slides loaded up here. 1 second. All right, guys. It's great to be back in Singapore for IoTex's flagship event. My name is Larry, and I'm part of the founding team of IoTeX, working mostly on business development and ecosystem. And today, I'm going to share with you what we believe to be the next great frontier in the form of real-world AI. For those that are not familiar with IoTex's journey to date, IoTeX was founded in 2017 with a mission to connect the physical and digital worlds using blockchain technology. Our journey began with building core Web3 infrastructure in 2017, including one of the fastest Layer 1 blockchains in the industry, and foundational tools like wallets and explorers. Starting in 2022, we kicked off the second chapter of IoTex's journey, where we added modular technologies to empower decentralized physical infrastructure networks, or DPINs, such as decentralized identity for devices and zero-knowledge proofs to verify real-world activities of devices. And now, we are ready for Chapter 3, focused on real-world AI. For those that are... 1 second. All right. From day one, IoTeX has always believed that blockchain is the perfect foundation to orchestrate billions of devices and machines around the world, and that these devices will one day be the largest users of blockchains in the future. That belief still holds true today as we embark on our most ambitious chapter yet in the form of real-world AI. Before we dive into our thesis for real-world AI, let's start with where AI is today. We've all seen how AI has transformed the digital world in the past few years, from chatbots that can draft entire research papers to AI models that can generate images, videos, and even code. Digital superintelligence is now at our fingertips. But the truth is that most of what we call AI today is still confined to the past. Today's AI is trained on massive amounts of historical data sets. Think Wikipedia articles, GitHub repos, user-generated blogs, academic papers, Reddit threads, and more. The entirety of the internet's content is now available to AI models, which is why they're incredibly good at generating knowledge and generating outputs that look like human work. But here's the limitation. These models cannot respond intelligently to what's happening right now in the real world. They don't have real-time context and real-world context. If you ask an AI model about the current traffic outside on the street or your heart rate right now, this second, it will have no idea because it doesn't know what it doesn't know. The future is about moving beyond static intelligence into real-time, real-world intelligence. AI that doesn't just read about the world, but actually senses it, interacts with it, and acts within it. This is why the next phase of AI is about empowering AI models with verifiable real-time data from real humans and real machines. Most of the AI models that have captured mainstream attention are large language models, or LLMs, which are named very appropriately. The inputs and the outputs of LLMs are language-based, meaning text, and these models are massive. For those that are new to how AI models work, two important concepts to understand are tokens and parameters. Tokens are not like the crypto tokens, these are the AI tokens, and they're the most granular atomic units for LLMs. As you can see from this very popular Rick Astley song lyrics, this prompt of words is broken down into tokens. These are the most atomic, bite-sized units that are fed to AI models and LLMs. During model training, Parameters are defined in that they dictate how these LLMs interpret and generate language-based responses, also in the form of tokens. So based on the token inputs, the model uses its unique parameters to guess which text tokens are the most sensible. Text in, text out. These are why they're called large language models. The landscape of LLMs is growing by the day, with more and more LLMs released by various companies. Not only is the number of LLMs increasing, but the size of these models is also growing rapidly. For example, OpenAI's ChatGPT 4o model contains more than 1.7 trillion parameters, which means 1.7 different types of rules for how tokens are interpreted and how inputs are generated into outputs. Comparing this to GPT-2, there is only about 150 billion parameters. So just in 2 iterations, they've 10x'd the number of parameters that are going into these large language models. While these LLMs have incredible general purpose reasoning capabilities, they are only trained on static historical data from the internet. This is the bottleneck for AI today. Without real-time, real-world data, AI will always be reactive and never proactive, and will never have the ability to act in the physical world. IoTeX is here to change that. At IoTeX, we believe the next generation of AI models will understand the real world, specialize in domain-specific tasks, and possibly be deployed locally on all sorts of edge devices. Let me repeat that. At IoTeX, we believe the next generation of AI models will understand the real world using real-time, real-world data, specialize in domain-specific tasks as opposed to the general purpose capabilities of LLMs, and be deployed locally on your devices instead of being hosted in different types of cloud servers. The next frontier is real-world AI, where AI models embedded into all sorts of hardware will be able to navigate the physical world the same way that humans navigate the physical world, by sensing, by seeing, by hearing, and by feeling, instead of relying on historical data to plan their next move. This cannot be achieved by the language-based general-purpose LLMs of today. To achieve this goal, we see a convergence of 3 key types of models for this emerging sector of real-world AI. Multimodal models that integrate diverse inputs like text, images, audio, video, and sensor streams to create a unified understanding of what's actually happening. Domain-specific models that use specialized training data to create purpose-built AI models that address more niche, complex, or domain-specific challenges than you would traditionally solve with an LLM. And finally, small language models, or SLMs, which are lightweight models that could be deployed locally and operate at the edge inside all sorts of different types of common devices. Importantly, none of these types of models can work in isolation. They must be powered by verifiable, real-time data from humans and machines, not just static internet archives. And that's what makes real-world AI different. It doesn't just think about the world, it continually senses, learns, and acts within it. So let's dive into a little bit about what we mean by these types of new categories of models. The real world is not rooted in only text. When you walk down the street, you're seeing, hearing, and sensing all at the same time. The richness of reality is multimodal. Multimodal AI models replicate this by combining different types of input streams into a single, coherent picture. Take, for example, a healthcare use case. A multimodal model could simultaneously read a patient's history, interpret MRI scans, listen to breathing patterns, and monitor live vitals from wearable devices. The fusion of these input signals enables deeper insights than any single type of data could. By grounding multimodal AI in verifiable streams of real-world data, we can ensure not just better predictions, but trustworthy outcomes. And this is how AI begins to see and sense the physical world, not just learn from the historical stories that you would find on the internet. While LLMs are trained using vast amounts of historical data with trillions of parameters, domain-specific models would use specialized training data. This results in AI models with higher performance and real-world understanding to address complex, domain-specific challenges. Rather than creating one behemoth LLM that can do most things okay, domain-specific models really drill down and do one category of tasks absolutely perfectly. Take, for example, a mobility use case. An autonomous vehicle equipped with a purpose-built AI model doesn't need to generate a research report on the fly as you would possibly prompt ChatGPT to do. It only needs to drive in the physical world without ever making a mistake. This is a niche use case for this AI model. It doesn't need the general purpose, superfluous ancillary capabilities. So a multimodal, domain-specific AI model for autonomous vehicles will look at the road through cameras, process LiDAR, GPS, and other sensor readings, and carefully manage engine diagnostics, all in real time, to achieve its primary goal, the niche task of just driving. Finally, the last pillar I want to talk about is small language models, or SLMs. As we've said already, LLMs like GPT-5 are powerful, but also extremely resource hungry and generalized. Real-world AI needs something different. Lightweight, domain-specific, multimodal intelligence that can run close to the data source and respond with ultra-low latency. Small language models are perfect for this. They can live inside of our devices, from a hospital bedside monitor to a drone to an EV charger to your mobile device to even Meta spectacles. This matters because the physical world is real time and latency is a killer for real world use cases. A drone cannot wait for a cloud server to respond when it's trying to avoid an obstacle. Small language models can be embedded directly into these devices and run locally with no need to communicate with a cloud server and wait for the ping and the response in order to make its next move. An SLM embedded locally allows it to make fast, context-specific decisions. There's another benefit of small language models, which is privacy. If sensitive data never leaves the device, it can only be reasoned on locally by an SLM. That would preserve security and the sovereignty of the user's data. We believe small language models embedded into all sorts of edge devices will act as a distributed nervous system for real-world AI. Millions of small brains working at the edge, making immediate decisions, all while being connected to larger AI networks for learning and coordination. At the intersection of these three categories of models lies what we believe to be the next frontier for AI. Multimodal models will help AI perceive more than just language and text. Domain-specific models provide granular intelligence for specific niche tasks. And small language models will enable localized reasoning with ultra-low latency. The end result of these types of models working together is real-world AI models that give AI the ability to imagine, plan, and truly understand and navigate the real world. The future is real-world AI, and IoTeX will be the blockchain to power it. IoTex's next chapter is all about using blockchain as a trust and orchestration layer to enable verifiable data from real humans and real machines to train this next generation of real-world AI models. How do we ensure that the humans and machines contributing to the real-world AI sector are real and not simulated? How do we know the sensor data being fed into AI hasn't been tampered with? How do we ensure that contributors, whether they're humans or devices, are recognized and rewarded for their contributions? The IoTeX tech stack seeks to solve this. Our Layer 1 blockchain makes data cryptographically verifiable and tamper-proof. IOID, our decentralized identity framework for humans and devices, ensures provenance, where the data come from, and when it was recorded, and who contributed it. Our AI tool suite, including Quicksilver, provides real-time context for AI, routing prompts to various real-world AI models, and serving real-world data to existing LLMs and AI agents in the form of RAG and MCP. And finally, the IoTeX token serves as the economic anchor to balance incentives across the network and enable community governance. Ultimately, the IoTeX platform provides the leading modular, scalable, and decentralized foundation for real-world AI. This vision is instantiated in our concept that we call realms, domain-specific subnets of data, models, and contributors that will be powered by the IoTeX platform. Each realm can host its own small language models, feed multimodal models, and train world models, creating living, breathing knowledge bases for the future of real-world AI. We're excited to introduce the first IoTeX-powered realms in the near future with some amazing enterprise partners and AI labs, so stay tuned. We've talked a lot today about the technological foundation for real-world AI, but there's more to it than just technology. The philosophy of real-world AI to benefit humanity is also critical. We believe the future of real-world AI must be built on shared principles, grounded in reality, open to all, and aligned with human values for the collective good. Grounded in the sense that real-world AI must be anchored in verified, live data from real people, real machines, and real environments, so it can act with accuracy, reliability, and trust. Open in the sense that real-world AI must be open source, composable, and interoperable, so anyone can contribute and benefit from collective innovation and crowdsourced data, amongst other things. And finally, human. Real-world AI must embed accountability and alignment with human values because it will shape how machines act, decisions are made, and institutions evolve. With these principles as our foundation, we are building the world's first open ecosystem of real-world models in the multimodal domain-specific world that integrate machines, sensors, and human interactions to deliver trusted intelligence through a decentralized approach. If you believe in our vision and share these principles, we invite you to join the Real World AI Foundry, which will be unveiled in an upcoming session later today. Thank you for your attention for today, and please reach out if you're interested in building with us and join our community of DePIN and AI enthusiasts. Thank you very much. All right, and we have a really exciting fireside chat as our next session. I'd like to welcome to the stage Ben Schiller, Managing Editor at CoinDesk, and Yat Su, Chairman and CEO of Animoca, one of the largest investors in the crypto sector. Let's give them a hand, guys. Can we get one more microphone as well, please?
Hi everybody. Thank you very much, Yat, for being here. It's great to be here with you. If you don't know Yat, he's one of the absolute luminaries of our space, known as a deep thinker, very thoughtful gentleman, and very glad to have you here today. So we're going to start off by talking about some news that you had this morning, which was announced on Solana with Republic. It's about tokenized equity, and it could be quite seismic in its implications.
I think so. Republic announced today with Solana, and Solana literally just tweeted it like literally 5 minutes ago, so hot off the press, that they've tokenized our equity, and we are a public company but unlisted, and basically that means that soon on the Solana blockchain you can buy and trade Animoca shares. So that's not a replacement for an IPO, right? Because it is obviously secondary, but just shows where you've developed in the space. And that's really interesting implications for startups as well. Because we're just talking backstage about this a little bit, which is that one of the reasons why crypto has this superpower is that you can sort of find many investors, much more than you can in traditional investing, because the path to liquidity can be 1 or 2 years or maybe even 6 to 9 months, depending on the project, right? Because you can launch a token. But the token and the equity are not the same thing. They're different things. And there could be companies that launch that will never have a token, but still want to develop in that area. And, IoTeX is, I guess, a Silicon Valley-based company. So, we're just talking about what's the superpower of Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley's superpower is not its wonderful infrastructure. It's actually quite bad compared to Asia, right? You're in Singapore, the infrastructure is quite good. Or Korea, we just came from Korea Blockchain Week. It's the fact that every person there is an investor. Whether you work for Google, you're an engineer for a year or two, you put money in startups. Angel investing is a sport. You hang out in the Starbucks. Like I think like a real estate guy in that area said, I only sort of invest in real estate where there's a Starbucks close by. Because Starbucks is a hub where they meet people who make investments, right? It's kind of an interesting construct. People outside of Silicon Valley don't think this way because they don't think in terms of sort of that kind of startup capital. In crypto, though, we have this broadly speaking. But now we think this can change. We're sort of just the first example, and we're of course larger, but the point is that if you're a startup and maybe you raise a seed round at, let's call it 5 or 10 million valuation, now if you tokenize that sort of equity and you have a way in which all the KYC and PI structures can be done, let's say you do another round, or let's say the business does really well, you can maybe sell the equity at a 20 million round or 30 million round. You're not limited in the upstep of a classic, like why are we limited to sort of, seed, Series A, A1, A2, Series B? Like these are constructs we've created in a way to make it simple for investors to understand. And what's the step change? The step change is 5 million valuation, maybe 15 million valuation, 50 million valuation, 100 million valuation, billion, right? These are kind of the step changes and nothing in between. But if you basically tokenize the security, then you offer investors a way to sort of play in between that doesn't affect the cap table. You can still go raise money at a 50 million or 100 million valuation, but then early investors have a way in which they could potentially sell and take some money off the table. Now, the positive is that means a lot more seed investors will come into the market because there's a path of liquidity that can happen much more short term. Because from when you raise money to going into your Series A to Series B, that is in a few years' time. Versus when you go for IPO, it could be 5 to 10 years, right? So you need a completely different type of investor who's willing to take that. And so I think that's really exciting. And it shows how advanced we've gotten with on-chain primitives as well. It would have been unthinkable before, not just regulatory, but technology-wise. Because now you can KYC at the wallet level, right? Which means that I don't have to trade. If I want to buy the security, the other wallet on the other side will also be KYC'd, right? So it can be done in a decentralized fashion without actually having sort of an intermediary in between, right? So that's very exciting, and I think it shows the way forward where we could go.
So potentially tokenized equities could fill that notorious gap between that seed capital and the early seed.
And I think it has an impact in the markets where sort of crypto is rising, but where seed investing in classical startups isn't that big. So take away Silicon Valley, which is the exception. Singapore and Hong Kong are great places. There's a lot of money here. But when it comes to seed investing, it's not as rich as other places, not for want of capital, but because, frankly, the liquidity is basically more short-term, right? And I think it would introduce a lot more sort of possibilities for that. And that, to me, is basically really exciting for startup culture. And we need more startups. We need more entrepreneurship. And we need more money in that space. And that's how I think we can get there.
Great. So let's sort of take that forward. I mean, and you mix in the world of agents, agentic commerce. So, I mean, if all these companies are tokenized with their equity on chain, and then you have the agents that are investing on behalf of people agentically, what does that world look like, do you think?
Well, I mean, I think it's fair to say that most of us in the future are going to be using AI for everything. So it's not like we have people who use AI, people who don't use AI. AI will be as commonplace as we have a computer or we're using a browser, or it's going to be everywhere. We may have multiple AI agents, but the point is that they're basically acting on our behalf. They are representatives in the space. So that means that they're the ones who then want to access the liquidity. But the difference is that if an AI agent, how do I trade stocks? So do I open up an account with Charles Schwab, or like how does that work, right? How do I fund this? I plug in my PayPal, my Venmo? Like there's so many limitations in which you can do this in the traditional finance world. But the equities market is $128 trillion, right? So if you start tokenizing that, then the AI agent can easily basically do swapping and trading on a 24/7 basis, right, for example. And so that means that you have a proxy in which where you can do so. And yeah, you can have aftermarket and pre-market trades and that kind of stuff, but it's a very clunky way because, of course, before crypto came around, trading was 10 to 5 or maybe 10 to 4, depends which market you're in. Weekends off, holidays off, and basically all based on this. And so we had systems that were human limited, whereas now basically it's 24/7 already. And now with AI agents, it's 24/7 on steroids. And actually, to me, that's how we get much more natural market discovery because you have much more liquidity. I would argue that the markets are not as efficient as they could be because we have classic breaks between them, right? And that's why we create strategies like it's better to announce on Monday morning. Why? Because everyone's back from holiday, so to speak, or back from the weekend, right? I understand the idea, but we're basically distorting the market a little bit because we've created these sort of, basically limitations in sort of human limitation as opposed to AI. So tokenizing stuff, this means though that if you're not tokenized in the future, an AI agent can't touch it, right? Because the natural way of them interacting is going to be through crypto rails. So that means every public company, private company, tokenized company, token, RWA, whatever you want to call, that's going to be basically on-chain, will have naturally more liquidity because AI agents can essentially tap them. And if it's true that we think everyone will have AI agents and they're going to be trading and buying through that mechanism, then everything will be on-chain or basically with crypto primitives. So if you're not on-chain, then you become irrelevant. Kind of like in the early days of the internet. If you were not online, you became irrelevant, right? If you're not, social media savvy, you became irrelevant. These are the stages. Basically, if you're not tokenizing, you become irrelevant.
Okay, so you've got this tokenized equity market, which is sort of orchestrated by agents, and then you've got traditional equity markets, and then you've got tokens. I mean, how do these three different worlds come together?
Well, and then you have RWAs too,
yeah,
right? And the exciting thing about RWAs isn't only about tokenizing an equity or a real estate. To me, what's much more exciting is tokenizing assets that couldn't really be distributed before. Like a year and a half ago, to much fanfare, surprising to me actually, we tokenized a Stradivarius violin. A Stradivarius violin is a really expensive violin that appreciates in value roughly 10-15% a year. But for most investors, it's not that interesting. But everyone who's in the musical circles, in classical music, are like...
You have a classical music background.
That too,
yeah.
But that's a side topic,
Yeah.
was exciting for that audience. For the millions of people who care about classical music, that was like, oh, that's interesting. And it did two things. One, it made them interested in tokenization, but it also made them interested in investing. Because I don't know how many of you have friends in the music industry who do it as a profession. Most of them don't know much about money and don't care about it really, right? They wish they knew more, but they don't really care about it because it's not their field. But now they started to learn about it. So it's a little bit about introducing financial literacy. But it's those type of assets that interest me. And when you think about capital formation, IP development was really something that is a virtual asset that was a very small industry and today is an $80 trillion market. And it's entirely based on what's in our mind with the patents, trademarks, IP, and the biggest company in the world are that. We found a way to basically protect intellectual property and then created an industry that developed how we see the world today. And tokenization extends that beyond. So I give you some few whimsical examples of what tokenization does, which is actually a kind of RWA, I would argue. So we have a portfolio company, one of our 600 plus companies, that tokenizes dance moves, okay? So it's not a big company, so don't get too excited about where it's gonna go. However, it's whimsical and fun, because what happened was that the artist, the person, the dancer, he played Fortnite, and he saw his dance move ripped off as an emoji. So he wrote back to Epic, and he's like, hey, that's my dance move. That's cool, but do I get anything? Of course he was ghosted.
You don't do the dance move?
No, I actually don't know how to do that. But the point was that it was just ripped off. Because he couldn't prove that it was his, right? So if you put that on the blockchain, you have a way in which you can demonstrate original creation. And in the US, you don't need to put it on copyright or trademark. You just have to prove that you did it first. And so instead of being on TikTok floating somewhere, you basically proved on blockchain you did it first. And if someone else can prove it before, fine, right? But the point is now he could have had a claim. And that's basically how asset ownership works. I mean, the reason why the police can go after someone who stole someone's Bitcoin is because you can prove that the Bitcoin was mine and was transferred somewhere else. If it was just sitting on some database that was deleted, then it's you versus him. It doesn't matter, right? So the biggest value of the blockchain is the fact that you have that proof, that immutable proof that demonstrates that, right? And just one more example, for instance, teachers, in TinyTap, they make little money. They were basically tokenizing their education programs, which might make like $50, $100 a year, very small, because a teacher in Venezuela might make like $15 to $30 a month, right? So it's small. However, in the legal parlay, I can't protect that legally because it's too expensive. It costs way too much money to basically protect something that's worth $100 a year. But if you put it on chain, it becomes a capital asset. For $1, you can protect his rights. So that means now I can take something that makes $50 to $100 a year, and that becomes a capital asset. And someone else might say, I'll pay you, for 20% yield, 5 times that. Now this $100 revenue asset becomes a $500 or $1,000 product, life-changing. And that's basically the basis of how most of our wealth was created with property rights when you think of real estate. I mean, our parents or grandparents bought their houses for nothing compared to what it is today. It's that ownership principle, that capital, that value that comes from that you can then basically resell it for forward value because there's certainty of that ownership. And that's what blockchain does as well. So there's all sorts of areas. It's from equities to tokenization. And of course, the tokens are different from equities. I don't know if you want to talk about that, but that's a different structure, but a new asset class.
So, I mean, do you think we are seeing this kind of tokenization of everything that we've been promised for many years now?
Yes, it is. But I think what we're seeing right now, because it's digital first mostly, so if you take, for instance, meme coins as an example, and when people say it's like funny and silly, and to many degrees it is, but what it really is tokenization of attention. Because that's what we see today in social media. So we look at Instagram, TikTok, what do you see? It's attention. It's not a token, but it's monetized in the form of advertising. The global advertising industry is about $1.1 trillion a year. About 800 billion is paid to Facebook, Google, Apple, all those guys. That's why they're worth trillions of dollars, right? So they're monetizing our attention. And what tokenization does, especially with meme coins and other forms of tokens out there from a network standpoint, is they're representations of the attention of those particular ecosystems. So that means that if you're not a token, then you're not partaking in this ecosystem. And that means eventually over time you become irrelevant. So let me just give you an example on something like a stablecoin. So let's not talk about value accretion, that's one way. Let's just talk about distribution. Once you tokenize something, you basically enhance its network effects. And it has two things that can happen. Either the network effect in a limited supply token system basically has value accrual, like a Bitcoin or something, and therefore a value can increase because more people need that token to partake in the network, in the benefits of the network. I mean, imagine if Facebook had a membership fee, right? It would go up in time because it might become more exclusive or more beneficial, assuming that that was the system. Whereas with something like a stablecoin, because the American government keeps printing money, it doesn't have any value, but its reach is larger than ever. So now if you look at Africa, South America, Southeast Asia, Pakistan, India, all these places, they're all using the dollar now. There's about, I think the estimate is between 150 to 200 million people more that are using the US dollar, regardless of whether they have a bank account or not. That means you've dollar colonized basically, roughly the size of Indonesia or whatever market you want to put out and growing, which is why it's so important for dollar hegemony to keep distributing stablecoins. Now, if you're a sovereign nation, you're in trouble. I would argue Europe is entirely digitally colonized by American tech, right? I mean, if Facebook, Microsoft, Google, Apple decided to do something against Europe, Europe is kind of screwed. They're trying to deal with regulations, but the reality is there's not a lot that they can do, relatively speaking, right? And that's basically what stablecoins do because, or tokenization does, because like the internet, it distributes power and value basically through those rails, right? So if Europe doesn't have a strong answer to a US dollar stablecoin, then Europe will be dollar colonized, for example, right? And that's why other nations in the world are basically thinking about this tactically. And so in any event, if you don't tokenize, then you basically get taken over by the ones that are tokenized. That's kind of how we see the future.
All right, well, that's a really fascinating topic, but we better talk a little bit more about AI. We had crypto emerge with Bitcoin about 15 years ago. There was a kind of crypto industry that emerged out of that. And then, this AI revolution came along. How do you see the crypto revolution being impacted by the AI revolution?
I think they're tied.
Vision of the future.
I think they're tied. So first, I would say my take is, don't know if it's a hot take, but my take is that crypto is the best hedge for most humans against AI. Okay. Now, the reason I say that is, okay, I'm not determining which token, but the point is the reason why it's a hedge is because in an AI future, what is the natural asset class that they're going to be using? In human terms, it's our physical assets. It's like, okay, if I want to invest in an economy of New York or Hong Kong or Singapore, I might buy some real estate. Or I might invest in bonds in the Singapore market or something because I think that market has potential and I like where it's going. So that's the way, right? You can't invest in Singapore Inc., but you can invest in the real estate or like Dubai real estate or whatever as a way of a proxy of basically doing that because that's the natural resource of the place of that community. So in AI, it's crypto, right? They're going to be using tokens. It's going to be their utility. It's their asset class. So if they're going to rise and use it more often, then our hedge against that is to basically be having crypto as an asset, because that's the landed asset of the AI class. So that's the first point. The second thing is because crypto is going to accelerate in the use of AI. Just I mentioned earlier, and AI has a wallet, can function sovereignly in whichever way it wants. And here's the wildest part. So in the last 4 to 5 years, we airdropped close to $50 billion to users. From protocols, Web3 gaming, the tokens that you've been farming, and probably this year it'll be another 10 billion.
You mean we as an industry?
We as an industry, and most individuals, and of course a lot of bots, right? But generally speaking, basically we talk about roughly $50 billion of value. Now, what's the difference between a protocol giving you token and an AI agent giving you token? From a user, no difference whatsoever. So that means that an AI agent has the ability to generate their own token. I mean, if you want to forecast this, what's the difference between an AI agent that is truly agentic, launching a token on Pump Fun or a bonk or whatever you want to call it, right? Launching it and then paying out to the users. How many users do you think are going to just participate either for fun or for utility or whatever it is? I don't know what the value of the token is, but the point is now the AI agent has power. He actually has agency for the first time. Right now an AI doesn't have agency because a human is in the back saying, okay, I limit you. I control your power, right? But if you have I control your currency. But here, an AI agent can generate its own currency, right? It's not that hard to program that. So now, where are we facing in the future where probably many of us, if not most of us, might be working for an AI agent and we don't care, right? We work for platforms already, whether it's Uber, whether it's Amazon, whether it's Instagram. TikTok, I argue we're working for them anyway, right? When you're making videos, you're generating data, you're giving them value to the tunes of trillions in the market, you just don't know it, right? And so AI agents just put it more front and forward, but it's the same thing, right? So I think that aspect is going to completely sort of take over in everything that we do.
Wow. Okay, so, I think a lot of people would be scared to be working for an agent like that. I mean, isn't that a sort of scary proposition?
Well, maybe it's predictable though. Sometimes working for humans can be scarier. But of course, and not trying to sort of diminish that, because it depends what kind of human you're working for. In the same way that depends what kind of AI you're working for. I would argue when you think about what makes trust and reputation work in our ecosystem is I trust that system, that person. What's the difference between a trustworthy human and a trustworthy agent? I mean, you trust an Uber rating, right? I mean, why do people game the follows and likes that they have on Instagram, which happens all the time, or on X? Because they want to have a reputation. It's not true, but you somehow trust that, right? You have these very primitive seller-buyer ratings, but now you can actually evolve that deeper. That's what we're working on Animocaverse, for instance, to try to get deeper reputation scores around that. But our point is that it doesn't matter if you're human or an AI agent, because if you're a trustworthy AI agent, I mean, maybe show of hands. If there was a really good AI agent that could trade really, really well, would you give them money? Yeah, there we go. So I just don't know what the difference is.
But, okay. And you're expecting these, and how autonomous do you think these agents will be? Do you think they'll...
Well, I think over time, they're going to be much more autonomous, right? We are now limited by resources, and we're limited by some of the technology stack, because you still have to run a lot of the sort of analysis off-chain. But as compute becomes more powerful and more distributed, just think about the stack, right? So you've got AI, you've got LLMs, they're becoming more efficient. But the problem is that the power supply is probably sitting at AWS, running on the server that you can just pull the plug, right? So then you get inspired by blockchain and DeepIn, and you look at, okay, Bitcoin. You can't turn off Bitcoin. So you use an infrastructure like that, and you can't turn off the AI because it sits on a decentralized infrastructure where the compute can be fast enough, which it isn't yet, but it can be in the future, right? So that means you have an AI agent that doesn't die, that gets fed by tokens, that basically pays you tokens so you can keep it alive, right? So you can see that flywheel develop. It's not science fiction. It's actually already here in the form of the protocols we're operating that are immutable. So then taking it to that next level above is actually a natural path. So I don't think of this as, hey, look, it's crazy. I think it's already being here because the elements already are sort of being built around that.
All right, so we've got this concept of real AI or physical AI. How does that change our experience of using these AI systems from what we have now, which is basically largely AI is trained on historical data rather than sort of real-time ambient data?
So maybe this goes a little bit more philosophical, because when you talk about ambient data, there is this question around sort of how much inspiration, how much, creativity can an AI agent really put forward, right? So I don't remember which move it was. Was it move 37 or 34? I forgot what it was. But basically, the famous sort of Go game, basically where DeepMind basically beat in a game of Go, not only beat the grandmaster, but created a move that was never created before, right? And that was, I don't know how many years ago, 10 years or whatever period of time, right? And that was a much more momentous moment than when Garry Kasparov got beaten by Deep Blue, because chess is a very predictive game. At the end of the day, if you can just do, brute force will win the game. But with Go, it needed, because of the extensive nature of the game, it needed that so-called creativity, that inspiration. So that was when a lot of people were saying, oh, look, AI has the ability to invent something new. But AI hasn't yet invented, a new discovery, whether it's gravity or whether it's, quantum field theory or that kind of stuff. It hasn't come to that point. The argument that I like to make, of course there's no proof because everyone's just speculating, including the most brilliant minds out there, that I think humans aren't inherently computational. And that's why I think we still have a chance as a human race. Because if you do take the perspective, as some do, that humans are entirely computational, then we are screwed. Because an AI is just a better computer over time, computer will increase. But if we believe that as humans there are things that are not computational, because it's the way we feel, the way we get inspired, the fact that we're not predictable, when you look at quantum mechanics as an example, when you look at the fact that, when you listen to Sir Roger Penrose, that, we're probably quantum machines in some form, and that, when you look at chaos theory, that at the end, it basically always falls apart at the end. There's an unpredictability attached to it. When you look at Gödel's incompleteness theorem, that you can't even prove the axioms of math, for instance, which is supposed to be the final truth, but then you can't prove it, but it's still true, then it does imply an argument to say that there's something in the universe that isn't entirely computational, which means we're not entirely computational, which means an AI is a great, powerful tool that gets us there, but isn't actually the final answer. That's not to say that people won't become irrelevant if they don't adapt. It's like the Industrial Revolution, right? I mean, if people are still on horses and carriages compared to the car, you become irrelevant, right? If people are working in the factory industry versus, plucking basically a sort of apples from a tree, then you also become irrelevant. So I'm not saying that that won't happen, but it's knowing how to sort of evolve in that space. And my techno-optimistic perspective is that as humans, we're going to always advance our creativity and our ability to be much more divergent in our thinking, and AI will get us there faster because we can evolve in that. I know there's a study from MIT that said that we get dumber when you use sort of ChatGPT, but I would say that's because of an impulse of being lazy with the tool, right? So yeah, I don't remember my phone numbers. When I was like 30 years ago, I had to remember phone numbers, right? Because you had to dial them up in this sort of, old classic way. I don't remember phone numbers because it's not relevant. So I think it's not so much that we remember everything or get dumber, it's that the things we need to remember are different because the tools allow us to take away that and gives us the brain space to actually do higher evolving things. At least that's my optimistic view.
Okay. Maybe we'll take some questions from the floor if anyone has anything to say. So just prepare that. Okay, so I mean, at the moment, many of us, kind of feed data into these AI systems, and we're not getting anything back from it. Do you see a future where we will be able to actually own our data and be rewarded for it?
That has to be the future. And the value for our data isn't the direct data, it's the derivative effects. And there is, of course, a lot of questions around that. I think I wrote about this 3 years ago. I think the future for us isn't going to be universal basic income, like sort of where Sam Altman thinks it's going to go, because there's a determinant as to what you receive. I think it's going to be more like universal basic equity, as in we own property in our stuff, and the property rights that we generate from our data has varying value. So that means your value and your value might be different, but it's still our value. And then if we are incentivized to enhance the property, then we create more value from this, right? So it's still something based on a human achievement. And the derivative value is because there are second, third, and fourth, and fifth, and infinite order effects that come from the data. So Apple and Facebook and all those guys are happy to say, yeah, you don't want the data? Sure, I'll give you all back your data. Who cares? My photos of my kids are cute, but it doesn't mean anything. I don't make much money from that. But the data collectively, by every child that is recorded at that age group, an entire community of, let's call it 1 billion people, that's valuable. Where they are, what they do, the sentiment analysis that comes from that. And my point is that we ought to have a stake in that, right? You know, it's a derivative stake that comes from it. It's like in copyright law, when I, you know, basically use the inspiration of a, you know, what used to be Mickey Mouse, because that's out of copyright, but something like that, and then I make a version of that. Clearly, it was inspired by that. That should be distributed. And why blockchain is so powerful is that how do you then distribute value to 1 billion people? Because you're taking data from 1 billion people. That's actually blockchain that you can audit. And because it's decentralized, there's not a central power involved. So, you know, the old classic adage, absolute power corrupts absolutely. When humans are involved, it's always true. Right? Even for the best, even for the best cases. So the music industry is a classic example. Even before Spotify, you know, we had ASCAP. And ASCAP's still around. ASCAP was formed by the music industry to protect basically musicians against all the people who were robbing people's music, right? So, okay, they organized ASCAP as a non-profit to basically go and police the world to make sure they pay the royalties. Worked really well. And then all the money flowed through ASCAP. So that means they had all the power. And suddenly ASCAP started saying, this is what you can do, this is what you can't do, right? Because humans got involved. And they said, oh, you know what, I don't like this, or maybe you didn't behave this way, or whatever. So it was no longer honoring its agreement as to being a protector of royalty rights. It suddenly served the purpose of ASCAP itself, as opposed to serving the purpose in which it was formed, right? And so you have this classic problem. Facebook didn't set out to do what it does in the world today. And now it does, because it has all this power, and suddenly it does things that suits it, as opposed to the community that was supposed to serve. So when you build something decentralized on blockchain, that principle that you set up generally never changes, because it's predictable. And if it does change, then everyone can see, and then they can make a determination based on that. Whereas when ASCAP started to change, it was silent because you didn't know what happened in the back. Whereas on blockchain, if you change the rules, it becomes visible on day one. So if you want to have a more fairer and open, transparent distribution system of value, regardless of the industry, of royalties, for example, then putting that on chain is the best way of doing it in a way that is predictable, manageable, decentralized, so it's not owned by a single party, right? And so that you can foresee a future where your data has derivative value that then basically you get paid out from different platforms. Now, why this is important is because that becomes the audit trail. So if I can prove basically that this is my data that was inspired by this usage, then the AI has to pay that out. And my assumption is that we're going to start not allowing AI to tap data that is essentially not open to be tracked, so to speak, right? So you have this with search engines where you can say don't index, right? And eventually I think the laws will come into place where you have to do that. And so I'm only willing to index it to AI agents that are basically in AI platforms that are willing to pay me something for it, right? And I think that's where we're going to have to go. And that, to me, is the pathway in where we create essentially a new kind of creator royalty economy that isn't inside a platform that is decentralized.
We have rather an optimistic view of the future, which is great.
I'm almost optimistic, otherwise I wouldn't be here, so yes.
Great. Does anyone have a question for Yat?
I liked how, you know, when you were giving your conversation about AI, it was so focused on how gaming is integral for, you know, kind of proving how, you know, AIs are able to replicate human behavior. I used to work at a trading firm, and, you know, the interview process is actually all just playing games because it is the best way of, like, mimicking kind of like the first principles level of, like, human behavior, especially when you kind of, like, index for people who are, like, at very similar, like, IQ level or whatever. Do you think that when we evolve to a more AI future, people are going to have to stop learning things like Excel or, like, you know, practical skills and start focusing more on developing their first principles set of thinking, be that with gaming or with, like, logic or something along the lines of that?
Oh, I mean, sure. I mean, how many people still are doing wood carving or, you know, basically sort of building bricks? I mean, the point is that there are some that do, and that's a special craft. And I think there'll always be people who are going to be super gifted at Excel that has sort of kind of like that dying craft that people will use because it's special. You know, we still listen to radio, right? So, but the point to me is that as we evolve, generally speaking, these tools become much more relevant. And as a human species, we have to evolve with basically how we get the most output from that, right? And that means that the AI will take care of a lot of that stuff. And so then we have to go deeper. So, you know, it's kind of like, you know, in the classic sort of way of thinking of peeling the onion, if you will, actually going deeper and deeper into the core of what you're looking to do. because there's limitations. If you're spending 50%, I mean, I don't know how many of you have sort of fiddled around with Excel, but there's a skill to that. But then as you keep fiddling deeper, you become more engrossed in the, or like code, for instance, you become more engrossed in the beauty of the code or the beauty of the spreadsheet than maybe the outcome that you're looking to do often, right? And that happens often, right? Which is why it's so difficult for coders to sort of, they talk Scrum and delete your code and start from scratch. Very hard, because I've invested 3 months in this code and then I have to throw it all away. That type of sort of sunk cost fallacy goes away, for instance, because you don't have that type of investment, because you can really rebirth those ideas. But there is a need to know them, right? So, for instance, I don't think, for instance, in my generation, I came from a generation where the calculator was not allowed in school. And then when it finally was allowed in school, unfortunately I couldn't use it in my exams because I was a bit too sort of different generation. It turned everyone into a mathematician, so to speak, right? And it democratized that access. So, but I still had to understand the principles of math, right? So that means you have to understand the principles of organization or data structures, but you no longer have to put it together. That's the way we think of it, because something that you might be more comfortable with. Because I think it's helpful. You have to understand how they think. You have to speak that language in order for you to communicate with that, I think. And there's people who talk about, like, the people who do well with LLMs are not just people who have liberal arts degrees in English, but they have also a strong background in computational thinking, right? And that's just the language that we need to be willing. It's kind of like you have to learn English. If you want to do business in China, you have to learn Chinese. If you want to learn business in the world of AI, then you have to have computational thinking.
All right, unfortunately, we're out of time, but thank you so much for all your insights and everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Yat and to Benjamin. Unfortunately, I had one more question about Yat's favorite tokenized dance move, but we didn't get to that. Maybe next time. Everybody stick around. We have an amazing panel from Space and Time coming up very shortly, but we're going to take a quick 5-minute break or so, so we'll be right back.
here. He 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. He 1. He. Got nice? Got nice? Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello? Hello.
你拿的都是几号？
系列吧。
Test 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2
Cool. Hi, are you speaking for Nethermind? Yes. Okay, we're running a little bit late. I'm Larry, by the way. Nice to meet you. Catherine's going to go for trying to get people to finish their food and come back here. I don't know, with a little giveaway. You guys will start it.
Yeah, they have little IoTeX t-shirts. Really? So cute.
I thought most of the booths were fake because they're like really hard to get, but then they bought like 5 boxes.
And then you guys make custom IoTeX shirts for the booths.
It wasn't part of the movie task force, but yeah, they all have different outfits. I'm sure. We'll get you guys. There's like 50. Huh? No, there's 50.
Oh, 50?
I'm zero. I'm zero. I was told. Alright. When you guys use the clicker, you gotta point it in this direction. Got it. This is where the computer is, but you know, it's further back.
Do you have like a...
We do, yeah. I think it's it should be on the floor. And it's being live streamed too, so people aren't watching it. Recording.
Hey. Bor, nice to meet you. I was with Rock.
Oh, just today?
Yesterday, yeah.
Oh, yesterday.
Yeah.
At the party?
No. Early in the day, like.
I see. Oh, let's take a photo to show that we have just met.
Sure.
So...
Happy birthday! Let's go, baby! Happy fucking birthday! I like that. It's your birthday, man. Let's go! It's your birthday. Yeah! He's actually staying at this hotel. Give me a quick second.
Oh my god, I wish mine was paid by like hours.
Should we give them away after Catherine speaks?
Yeah, I think that's good. Or, yeah. Or before, one after. Whatever you think.
Just do it.
No one's speaking,
Yeah.
walking away.
Okay. All right. All right, everybody. Is the live stream back up? All right, hopefully people are finishing their lunch and trickling back in. Lori, are we all good on the live stream? Okay. Looks like we're up and running again. So welcome back to the afternoon session on the summit stage, everybody. Earlier today, we had some keynotes from Hashkey Group and IoTeX, and also heard from Yatsu, the chairman of Animoca, in a fireside chat. And we have a power-packed agenda for the afternoon, starting with a few keynotes from Space and Time, Nethermind, and Kite AI, as well as OpenMind. And then we'll start to do some fireside chats and panels with Misari, the Digital Chamber, Ondo, Galaxy, Vodafone, and many more. So, yeah, we'd like to welcome our first post-lunch speaker, Space and Time, who's going to share more about solving crypto's app problems. So let's give Catherine a big round of applause.
Thank you. Hope everyone enjoyed lunch. So I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Space and Time. Space and Time is the blockchain for ZK-proven data. And all that means is it's essentially a SQL database that's decentralized, owned and operated by the community, and comes embedded with a novel zero-knowledge cryptography that proves the data coming out of the database is correct and no one's tampered with it. But I'm not going to talk about that today. I'm going to talk about what that enables and what we're seeing throughout the ecosystem in terms of application development. So something we're really excited about in the Space and Time ecosystem is a product called DreamSpace, which we've helped incubate. And it's essentially this AI app generation studio that allows non-technical creators to build full-scale applications from the ground up with smart contracts on-chain. So we're going to talk about what that is and why it matters and what we think it's going to deliver to the broader industry. So probably the most heard phrase at this conference and every conference we've been at for the last 2 years is crypto needs more apps. I'm sure we can all agree on that concept. Apps are what onboard users to the broader ecosystem, right? And you know, for the last few years up until recently, we've been in this kind of VC-led infra boom where all of the money is going into creating these big protocols, very infrastructure heavy, that, you know, power applications, but we haven't seen as much development adoption on the application side itself until recently. And so even though that's starting to spin up over the last couple of years and you have some really killer application use cases, it's still very concentrated in a few. Meanwhile, all of the L1s and L2s that came out of this VC-led infra boom are spending millions of dollars on grants programs, hackathons, accelerators, things that incentivize developers to build applications on their chain, but don't necessarily have a ton of proven ROI on them. And so tons of money is being funneled into this effort with, you know, not super efficient results coming out of it. And part of the reason for that is that there's only around 30,000 developers out there building on chain. Solidity is a hard language to learn. It's a big onboarding ramp to get up to speed with that. And so the market's very limited. Every protocol is fighting for the same group of very small pool of developers. And so, you know, as such, like applications are hindered and we don't see as many coming out as we should. That's why we incubated DreamSpace. As I mentioned at the beginning, DreamSpace is what we're calling a vibe coding canvas that allows anybody to chat with AI and generate applications. Generate me an app for AI optimized trading. Generate me an app for my dog walking business. Generate me an app to rank KOLs based on the types of tweets that they have. Whatever you can think of, DreamSpace can generate with no code required. Uniquely to other vibe coding products that you see in Web 2, DreamSpace also generates smart contracts on chain, allowing creators to monetize their business with crypto easily. You can generate a smart contract by chatting with the chatbot. You can have it audited within DreamSpace, generate a full audit report, and it'll even fix the bugs that it finds for you in that audit report. So yeah, all this allows creators to do is spin up a full business on chain, an application with a beautiful front end, the full back end setup, all of the data from Space and Time automatically connected, and monetization rails through smart contracts. We launched in beta just over a month ago, and we've already got around 15,000 creators generating applications. You can see some examples here. And it's really amazing what people will create, the kind of applications people will create on crypto rails when you simply give them the tools to be able to do so really easily. And so this kind of comes back into that solving crypto's app problem narrative, right? When the barrier to entry for developing on-chain is lowered as much as it is with Dreamspace, suddenly anyone becomes an on-chain developer. Anyone can build a business, monetize it on-chain, deploy it to a community, and onboard more users into crypto. So what this means for protocols, A, you get more people building, right? No longer are you fighting for that pool of 27,000 developers. Your pool of access is completely open, right? Anyone in this room, whether or not you're a developer, can suddenly be building applications on a chain of choice. You also get a better incentivization model, right? No longer are you throwing these massive grants or hackathons or accelerator programs at the problem and hoping some cool apps come out of it. Instead, the barrier to entry is so low to building that you can reward creators who are already building apps on your chain. It's easy to create an incentives program through Dreamspace or on your own to ensure that the people who are building apps get rewarded. And lastly, more apps means more users and activity on your chain. So all of those metrics that you're looking for, all of the growth that you're looking for comes built in. For creators, this means that you have a way to create a business with absolutely no overhead. No coding knowledge is required, no cost up front, no specialized skills or configurations. It's all baked in. It's easy to monetize it. Right now you can do that with generating smart contracts. Soon we're going to have one-click paywalling as well for content. So easier than ever to start making money on-chain permissionlessly with these apps that you've generated. And by building with Dreamspace, you tap into Dreamspace and Space and Time's network of communities, creators, protocols who are all eager to use and distribute these apps as well. Now, tying it all back to Space and Time, the reason that this is able to be built now is because Space and Time exists. It's a database that contains all of crypto's data from on-chain sources and off-chain sources and can deliver it to apps and smart contracts in a way that they don't have to trust, in a verifiable, provable way. And so by doing this and expanding the vision of blockchain technology, making these apps and smart contracts more sophisticated, suddenly these crypto apps you're generating within Dreamspace can compete with Web 2 apps generated in Web 2 style vibe coding canvases because they're sophisticated and data-driven. So everything you need to build these apps comes preloaded, and guess what? You don't have to understand a lick of this to build with Dreamspace because it's all abstracted away within the AI interface. So like I said, Dreamspace is in beta. If you're interested in trying it out, you can visit dreamspace.xyz and also follow us on Twitter at both Dreamspace and Space and Time if you're interested in building more sophisticated apps on chain, or if you're interested as a protocol integrating with Dreamspace to give your community a more accessible and easy way to start building apps. Thanks so much.
Awesome job, Catherine. Thank you so much. As promised, we're going to do a little Labubu giveaway, and I hope you guys were listening to Catherine's presentation because you're going to have to answer a question in order to get a Labubu. So the question is, what types of proofs does Space and Time produce? That's, okay, that's right, yeah. Come take your pick of a Labubu up here. But there's a proof of something also that they focus on. What is the proof of something? Yeah? Oh, no, you can't get two. You can choose someone else to get another one, though. How about that? All right, don't worry. If you didn't get the questions right, you can always pay attention to our next presenter extremely deeply, every single word for word. So I want to welcome to the stage our next presenter, Delane from Nethermind. Everyone give her a hand.
Okay, I'll let the
Labubu be picked? Oh, it's so cute. It has shoes. All right, so better pay attention for the next Labubu. Okay. Okay, hello everybody. My name is Delaine. I'm the APAC Managing Director of Nethermind. Today I'll be talking about how we are empowering real-world AI at Nethermind. But before I begin, just a little bit about who we are. So we were founded in 2017, just 2 years after Ethereum's launch, and we are one of the pioneers of the Ethereum and broader blockchain ecosystem. Since our beginnings, we've since grown to now be a 200 plus in size organization globally with 66 people, people in 66 countries and, 66 countries and 6 continents. Lots of sixes. So, since the beginning till now, our vision has always been the same. Our mission and vision has always been the same. It has to be to pioneer research and development that enable accessible, transparent, and borderless economic and governance systems. So at Nethermind, we really believe in the power of decentralized systems. From when we began, we built the Nethermind Ethereum client, and since then, we've really grown into multiple adjacent businesses, including research, security, core engineering, infrastructure management, and today what I'll be talking about, AI agents and agentic infrastructure. So, I'd like to share with you a little bit about our AI and DAI workstreams. D stands for Decentralized AI workstreams. We bucket it accordingly in the 3 categories. Firstly, agentic security, decentralized AI, and ZK research with AI applications to it. In this presentation, I'll share in detail a little bit about each of these areas so that you can get your labubu. So first up, agentic security. What are we doing here? So Nethermind is a pioneer in the space. We've been running a security business for a long time now. So the natural next extension is to bring it to the agentic ecosystem. So we started to offer smart contract audits for agentic protocols to secure some of the code, test their logic, as well as their agentic workflows. Here are some of the projects that we have started to audit in this space. One of them is called Gaia. This next one next to it is called Flagship. Is a agent that is on the Virtuals platform, and of course our own Iris agent that is on Virtuals platform as well, among many other projects. Audit agent. So this is one of our flagship products in the new agentic ecosystem. It heralds from our security business, so naturally we extended it into building an agent that does smart contract audits. So it's trained on our extensive database of real-world smart contract audits that we've done over the years that leverages the expertise of our research and security teams, and is powered by the top AI models from OpenAI and Anthropic. An extension of this project is Undercover Iris. So for those of you who are familiar with the Virtuals platform, Nethermind launched an audit agent on Virtuals with the associated token called Iris. This was very popular when it was launched, but it still runs today. It was deployed on social media channels like X to scan conversations and code and do real-time security analysis and provide insights to the projects. The next bucket that I'll cover is decentralized AI. So the first project that we've done is called Chaos Chain, and it really started from a manifesto. It's really the idea that we saw that we understand. So we had this manifesto. I'll leave it here to read it, but I also have the link here where if you'd like to visit to the GitHub to learn more about it. But the idea here is this: that code is law, right? And that therein lies determinism. And when we think about the fuzzy rules of trusted society and more importantly governance on blockchains, it doesn't follow that framework, right? It's a little bit more fuzzy. There's non-determinism in it, and we asked ourselves this question: how do we how do we enable these two worlds to collide, right? Can they coexist? And what happens when this occurs? So we thought about it from this angle and created Chaos Chain to facilitate that situation to arise, right? So what it does is that, through that chaos, right, where agents are able to essentially decide the rules of play, it could be really chaotic, but from the ashes of chaos, you can get a new order. You can codify new rules that create new innovations in this ecosystem. So it sounds a little bit esoteric, but what it does is that the idea that what you just cannot imagine from human to human interactions, agents to agent interaction are able to basically create new paradigms from that. So the project Chaos Chain eventually evolved. So it's been about 7 or 8 months old now, this project. It's now evolved into an accountability protocol for the autonomous AI economy. So we've started to, the underpinning of this becomes something that is around where agents are able to interact and transact and also validate that, what they've done, their provenance of their actions. So Sumit, who is the head of this Chaos Chain project, he describes what the value of this whole protocol is and how we are evolving it as well as new protocols come into play in the agentic ecosystem. We have another project. It's called TEEception. The idea here is that you are able to deploy AI agents with uncrackable systems, system prompts backed by real ETH or other tokens, attackers. So it's a little bit like red and blue teaming, right? The attackers attempt to jailbreak these prompts through creative social engineering, and the winner who successfully cracks the agent's defense can claim the bounty. Yeah, so everyone learns to improve their prompt engineering skills in the process. The third category, the third bucket, is ZK research with AI applications. So Nethermind has a very strong research team. We do active research in the ZK space, but I wanted to highlight this particular project that we are doing called fingerprinting LLMs. So what we're introducing this concept of zero knowledge watermarking. It's a framework for watermarking LLMs that simultaneously achieves verifiability and privacy. So this is a project that we are going to publish a note soon, and along with that, we will be we'll be publishing the open source repo code that contains a POC in Rust. So we invite folks in the room who are building agentic protocols and find this of interest to please check it out. We are also doing a cross-team collaboration where we are going to integrate these zero-knowledge watermarking into Chaos Chain's decentralized AI inference projects. So how does it all come together to empower real-world AI? It sounds like disparate projects at the moment. So here's how it works. It really is at the core about trust, security, and resilience. The projects like Chaos Chain, ZK, watermarking ensures agents' actions and outcomes can be trusted. For Audit Agent, it ensures that their code is safe, right? Because Audit Agent can be deployed in a workflow, not outside of the value chain as well. And TEEception ensures that their language layer and behavior is hardened against jailbreaks. If you can expand this into different protocols where the agents are constantly being jailbreaked and fixed, it creates that kind of resilience. And we connect this to Ethereum's vision, right? Where recently Ethereum, they started a DAI team. The goals can be broadly categorized into two main paths. One is about agent payments and coordination, and one is to build the decentralized AI stack. They also recently released ERC 8004, which is a new standard. So Chaos Chain and ZKWM falls under these three categories. For Audit Agent, it falls under agent coordination, and TEEception, the decentralized AI stack. So that's it for my presentation. Thank you for listening, and I hope someone in the audience can win your Labubu. But these are the ways to connect with us. Please feel free to take a photo and connect with us on any of these channels. Thank you.
All right, stay up here with me. for your chance to win this amazing blue Labubu. Nethermind started as a security auditing company. Is that right, Delay? Or security company? Okay. Well, they have done security audits for several companies. Name one of those companies that Elaine mentioned. Is that a hard question? Oh, man. No, that's the name of their chain, right? Chaos Chain. Starts with a G. Oh, yay! Come and get your Labubu. Gaia, another decentralized AI project that we're good friends with. So good to see all these amazing collaborations across the AI space. If you didn't get that one, don't worry. Claire is stocked with Labubus. So the only way to win one of these IoTeX Labubus is to answer a question about the amazing presentations that you should not have to be incentivized to listen to, but it always helps. So our next presenter, we're really excited to have Chi, the co-founder and CEO of Kite AI. Let's give him a welcome to the stage. Woo. Hello. So when you forward back, we do forward back, hold it in that direction because that's where the laptop is.
Got it. And this is like down.
Forward. And then it's like a laser pointer.
Gotcha. Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay. Hi, guys. I'm Chi. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Kite. So we're honored to be here today. The topic is about building the programmable trust infrastructure for agentic internet, which is powered by our AI payment blockchain. And why? Let's go to why we are building what we are building. Sorry, this way. Yeah. So we really think like the next wave of internet is going to, we call the third era of internet, starting from 1995 around like, desktop internet, where the giants like Google, those people really raised. But then fast forward to 2010, that is where like a mobile internet started really popping up. And you're familiar with Instagram, WhatsApp, and Chinese like WeChat, all those type of those type of companies are really like raised in that era. But we really call this year as the era of agents or agentic internet because starting from earlier this year, the launch of DeepSeek, of course, really make people realize you can just use 1/10 of the cost that OpenAI or Anthropic people training the model for, but get the same results with this type of cheap price. And then later on, Manus released, and also a lot of like then the agents browser, also like agentic infra, like a browser-based solution, really make people realize, oh, agent now can be really usable and really can be the interface for human to interact with AI models. So with that, then what does that even mean? If we say we're marching towards the future of agentic internet. So first of all, agents will be then the main users that's operating on internet on behalf of humans, no matter you're individuals or businesses. So with that, the first thing is how can you even do things as what humans do all the time on the internet? And for example, like, oh, you need to create an account if you want to use Grab to order a car. And also, if you want to pay for something, you need a credit card or some other solutions that enable yourself as a human to pay for that. And also, with yourself using your credit card, you probably feel confident that you will not overspend. But if even like your mother give her credit cards, she sometimes will be say like, don't spend on the things that she doesn't want you to spend. So with all of those like scenarios, you can think of human do in the current, we call it like a human-centric internet. That will be enabled or need to be enabled for agent-centric internet. So with that, then the first thing you can think of is agent need a, whoops. Can I, okay. Agent need identity. I was trying to use the laser. It's not working. Okay, it's okay. So agent need identity as human, that we have our own, like a national ID to be able to open a bank account or like a credit card, for example, and also to be able to verify yourself in order to, like open an account, because sometimes if you want to open PayPal or some other like financial apps, you need to do KYC. So with that, agent need to do the similar thing. And for then the payment stuff, it's getting more interesting. So right now, I don't know how much people follow the AI trend closely, but today is a big day because OpenAI just released this agentic commerce protocol integration, and then they allow they integrate with the Stripe to allow users to use credit card to pay with the agents, which essentially are using ChatGPT to be able to pay for goods on Shopify using Stripe credit card. But that is a reasonable solution in short amount of time, but that is not a long-term solution, because if you think agentic internet in the future will be very global, for example. So you are using ChatGPT, which is based in US at the time, to book a hotel and the flights in Singapore. That probably means they're going to interact with travel agents sitting in Singapore, or just the hotel and the flight website directly. But that's actually required then already like a global transaction, which a lot of times credit card can easily get turned off or like declined because of some of the, cross-border rules and limitations. And also, if you think about in the future, agent is not human, right? The beauty about agents is it's a machine. And that means everything a machine will consume will be a machine speed. Not as us, we're dumb and slow compared to agents. So in this case, if agent is consuming data or like some of like the digital services, they can consume in a very real-time, micro, fast way, which means that needs a machine speed payment rail underlying to support, which actually in this case, credit card cannot do, because credit card can be too expensive, for example. It's require you to pay for 3% plus 35% per transaction, which a lot of times if you use agent to just consume a data API, that can be lower than that amount. So with that, payment rail need to be built for agent native or machine native payments moving forward. And similarly, authorization is actually one more thing that's super critical, because again, you probably don't want to give your credit card just to some random friends or to someone that you are not sure what they're going to use your money for. So in this case, how can you have a guardrail add on top of the agent's behavior from payments to non-payment transactions to be able to ensure the agent is really, doing things that's under control, under the scope. So with that, Kite is actually building that framework to enable this. And this is just to give you an example to show how that works, right? When users are using their agent to do stuff, we give the agent what we call the agent passport, which is essentially using blockchain-based solution, which underline, that's why we're building a layer 1 customized for, like the AI payments and identification stuff. But in this case, essentially we're giving the agents a wallet, like it's a multi-layer wallet solution, but essentially they have an ID that is able to tie to, for example, like the end users, some of the information, and also allow them to have like a per sessions, like a control, and also with a wallet, of course, then be able to make payments with a native way, which in this case, stablecoin way, because we again consider stablecoin is a natural great fit for the future machine payments, machine to machine, or now fancy word is agent to agent payments. And that's require you to have like probably one agent need to interact with a multiple agents or even like multiple services that can be agent, can be MCP, can be whatever formats that the agent can consume. And in this case, if the agent is interacting with some data, GPU or Uber or like other agents, then for each of the, we call this service provider or agentic service provider, need to have come into agreement with this user agent one, which we call the client agent, to be able to interact with. And that's, again, we're not the only one who are doing that, right? A lot of people are really pushing this space very fast. Google just launched agent payment protocol AP2 2 weeks ago, about 1 week ago. And then before that, Stripe launched Temple, PayPal, of course, investing in us. Yeah, by the way, we just closed the Series A, bring up our funding to 33 million, led by PayPal Ventures and General Catalyst, which I think a lot of people right now is, especially in the Silicon Valley, are pushing for agentic payments and agentic identity very fast. So this is giving an example about how this whole thing works. And again, today with ChatGPT's announcement, I think we can just fast forward, go to another page, which is exactly what OpenAI did, except we're using, in this example, Anthropic Cloud, which is the biggest competitor of OpenAI right now. So essentially what you are enabling, or this protocol and Kite is enabling, is you can just use your normal, like a day-to-day agents solutions that you like, no matter it's ChatGPT or Anthropic Cloud or Perplexity or some solutions in Singapore. Then you can just use in that interface to ask for something that you want the agent to do for you. For example, like, please find a birthday gift for my family members, such as my husband, my wife, my kids. And then with that, the agent will go out to search across, for example, like Costco, Shopify, Walmart. Of course, that requires some integration, but that integration is actually quite straightforward right now. Especially, again, people are pushing this frontier very fast and closely, such as like Shopify. About 3 months ago, they launched a storefront MCP, which is essentially allowing each of their stores be integrated, turn into MCP so that it can be easily discovered by client agents such as Anthropic or OpenAI. And in this case, once you ask them to find the right gift or write whatever items you want them to make payment for. So then there's, like a end-to-end, of course, like the wallet payment solution, which is empowered by stablecoin. And really depends on what type of rules you add there. You can just give a delegation rights to them. So everything can be just automated, truly autonomous without human in the loop intervene that. But also if for some payment solutions, you can pre-add some rules on top of that, say, oh, if this is getting into something over 10,000, right, then you want a manual authorization, manual proof, then all those things can be enabled very easily. This is just to give you a high-level walkthrough about, in order to be able to do this, what is some of the customization or like, some of the solutions we're building on the right side. For example, like the 3-tier of like ID solutions with the governance and really like the custom stablecoin payment lane on top of our base blockchain. And also, the most important thing is a lot of people would ask us, especially people who have been following this space very closely, would say, oh, are you competing with Google, competing with, like a Coinbase, because they launched the AP2, they launched the X4 Now, actually, all of those things is sort of like a comparable with us. So essentially, you can think of those protocol are all like a ERC, ERC like A04 or some of the standard, but underlying you need authorization and the settlement layer, which is actually what Kite's blockchain is building for. But the blockchain itself is not enough because again, blockchain is a great technology. It's very, I think besides the financial side, the tech itself is very useful. But the problem about this tech is it's very isolated from the normal formats that Web2 or AI developers will be familiar with. So in that case, that's why it's very important for us to abstract all those like blockchain jargon and blockchain specific formats. Not many people will in Web2 know how to write Solidity, for example, even though it's not that hard to pick up, but it's still some barrier. So in this case, we have to abstract those to make a very familiar format, familiar, like solutions that AI developers or agent developers are using. So that is why we're building like this second layer, that AI platform on top of that, essentially considered as an abstraction layer on top of the underlying blockchain. And then, of course, on top of that is like some of the middleware to enable those, end-to-end agentic transactions with identity, payment, and governance. And on top of that, of course, it's the ultimate goal here is to build up this agent native or AI native ecosystem and network that's right now why PayPal, Stripe, Visa, MasterCard, all those people are very worried about is because this network will be very different than human-centric network. So this is some of the partners that right now we're closely working with and integrating into our ecosystem. And yeah, we're to the end. And again, I'm Chi, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Kite, come from AI and big data background. Most of our team come from both the AI and blockchain industry. So we really think this is an amazing intersection that is happening and more real world use cases like agentic shopping, agentic, using agent to do trading and all those stuff is really coming up. And again, we will not stop at just the fluffy narratives level. We will go into the real implementation and adoption level, which I think is very good for blockchain industry because this is a great opportunity for this great tech and a great solution to be served as a mainstream for mainstream use cases rather than just to stay in a small circle. Thank you.
All right. You know what time it is. We are going to do a Labubu giveaway for those that were paying attention to Chi's awesome presentation. So my question is, name one of the e-commerce platforms that Kite supports. Oh, you in the black shirt, your hand, you. Come and get your Labubu. That was an easy one. That was an easy one. Congratulations. All right. We are going to get ready for our next session now. Jan from OpenMind, I think, is running a little bit late, so we're going to hop over to the Fireside chat with Misari and with IoTeX. It should be starting. They should be coming in any second now, so give us 1 second. While we get some chairs on stage as well. Alrighty. All right, everybody. Please welcome to the stage the CTOs of Misari and IoTeX for our fireside chat on Misari and IoTeX, our thesis on real-world AI. And I'm going to be playing the role of Deep in Jesus, but I am not Deep in Jesus. All right, guys. Well, welcome to the stage. Excited to have such prominent figures to chat about one of the emerging hot topics in the crypto sector and in the AI sector, which is real-world AI. But before we dive into that, maybe you guys want to introduce yourselves and a little bit about what your companies do.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Yeah, my name is Kevin, co-founder and CTO of IoTeX. I think starting from 2017, IoTeX is always being kind of like doing the initiative of connecting the physical world with blockchain. And right now we are actually going to the next step by launching real-world AI. So that we can utilize the real-world data and help the AI to understand what's going on with, in the real world and predict and react in real time.
Hi everyone, my name is Duran, CTO at Misari. I've been with Misari since 2018, since the start. And the goal from the beginning has always been to bring transparency into the space and help basically bridge the world between, on one hand, the institutions and the enterprises, and on the other hand, protocols like IoTeX, and basically help, on one hand, protocols grow and make sure that the community has objective data and insights about the protocols. And then on the other hand, helping the enterprises effectively get to know more about the crypto space, invest in the protocols, and partner with protocols. So excited to be here and excited for the conversation.
Awesome. Yeah, approaching this topic from two different perspectives, from the protocol perspective and from the research perspective. Awesome. Let's just dive right in. So today's topic is about real-world AI. To start with the Misari side, Misari has been analyzing trends across the industry for a very long time now, issuing some of the most read reports, as well as keeping up to date some of the most tracked metrics. How do you frame the opportunity for crypto to power real-world AI? And what do you think about the intersection of crypto and AI in general?
Yeah, I think the way that we see crypto and AI being very parallel is fundamentally it's about the data. And fundamentally with better data, you make better decisions. And that's both true in crypto, where with better data, better insights, you trade better. And on the other hand, with AI, the AI can make better decisions through like virtual assistants, but also real world. And in terms of where we are in the physical AI, I'm personally very bullish on hard tech in general. And just to name a couple examples, very excited about like healthcare, for example. There's a lot of great diagnostics that are being done with AI now. Mammograms are getting better. AI surgery through neural links getting better. We're also seeing the rise of robots. So like it's just become like really popular on X of robots fighting. So like MMA, fighting style, but also on more serious notes, Optimus helping people on like just everyday tasks and just general autonomous cars and whatnot. I think underpinning a lot of that is just data. So with better data curation, and better data marketplaces, which we're going to talk a lot more about that, I think that ultimately will help drive better AI coordination and drive better AI in the real world that needs to make real-time decisions. But I think we'll also touch on a little bit around building AI in the open versus building AI in the closed. And I think that will have repercussions in how the data flow goes. And that's, I think, is going to be a big question on whether crypto and AI is going to be successful and blossom, or more on a smaller target basis.
Awesome. Kevin, maybe add on to what Duran said about the real world AI sector. Why do you think blockchain and crypto is indispensable for this new real-world AI era, and what can be done with blockchain-based solutions that couldn't be done with more traditional cloud versions of the same?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, I think the data standpoint is very important because AI is all about data. Different type of data set, you basically can get a different level of the AI intelligence. And so I think one side for the cryptos would be how people can contribute to the AI by providing their data and also getting some share of the data, so that whenever the AI models become so useful, the value can go back to the users. And so that part, I think, it's kind of like a tokenization of the assets, but also it's more about like the digital ownership. Another thing I would say for the blockchain standpoint, because if we have AI running by the traditional clouds, you couldn't verify, it could be controlled by like a very small group of humankind. If we really want to achieve the vision of the real-world AI by the kind of like openness and for the human, and we have to make it run on blockchain so that it couldn't. So first, it couldn't be manipulated by a single group of users, but also it could be kind of like fully verifiable. Not only the data, but also how the AI is being run, and also it couldn't be taken down easily by a single entity.
Yeah, it's surely a lot of different use cases for blockchain in the crypto and AI sector. Now, Jerome, you mentioned something about marketplaces. I was wondering if you wanted to expand on that a little bit. Where do you see the opportunity for kind of like a data marketplace or like a compute marketplace or different types of digital commodity marketplaces on chain as it relates to AI?
So I have a contrarian take on this. I think building in the open and having open data sets and marketplace works really well when you have one big bad wolf out there that is the antithesis of that, which is the closed version. So I think an example of this is I have an Android phone in my pocket. The reason why Android was so successful was because Apple and the iPhone was so dominant. And in order to compete, competition and iteration actually works much faster when you build in the open. When you build open source, you get to iterate with your ideas, and other people get to iterate with your ideas in the open. And that flow of ideas and innovation just starts creating a separate market. I think we saw the same thing, much more technical, but on the LLM side of things, where you have the closed source LLMs that are very much protective. But DeepSeek really surprised us last year, and this year the open source LLM models are just like plowing forward really, really fast. And the gap is much shorter than we thought between closed and open. So I see, when we talk about marketplace, something similar too, where it's probably too broad to say everything can be done in an open way in the physical AI side, but there's probably specific industries that can benefit by just going really open, because there's just a very strong competition factor. And that strong competition factor will provide the forcing function for marketplaces to bloom.
Kevin, what do you think? What do you think about like the difference between closed, open, and kind of like decentralized or like on-chain? Are there different methods of building AI from your perspective?
Yeah. So I think there are a lot of like special domains, kind of like because currently the large language models are mostly built by the all human knowledge. It's regardless of whether the knowledge is useful or not, and they just compress all them together into the model. And but there are actually a lot of like very useful knowledge that is especially domain that hasn't been fully explored by AI. I think that part, I think that's very important, that how we can actually get the experts of those kind of like special domains to come into the place and contribute, and also they can get their kind of like the benefits whenever the model actually become viral and being utilized. Yeah, so I think the marketplace is very important so that it can actually contribute to the liquidity of the different models. If we think like we can tokenize different models in certain ways, and the marketplace is really important, and speculation is also important to contribute to get like more expert into the space, so that the real world AI could actually become true, so that it doesn't only do this kind of like very general purpose AI, but not like understanding the information from the real world and in real-time manners.
Jumping to talking a little bit about like the total addressable market for real-world AI. You know, Duran, you mentioned like some use cases around healthcare, around robotics, humanoids. It seems like, you know, do you see those as extensions of the existing kind of like agentic digital AI market, or is it kind of something completely different? Like, how do you think about real-world AI, and how do you size it opportunity-wise?
I think about real-world AI, at least it should be bigger than the virtual AI, and I'll give you my argument for it. So in the current LLM world, if you think about valuations, OpenAI latest valuation, 500 billion. XAI latest valuation, 200. Anthropic, around 200. Plus you have Meta and Google. That probably rounds out the biggest players. That's already bigger than 1 trillion in terms of just the valuation side of things, and we haven't even talked about the application layer. In the way that I see physical AI is, I think it has the possibility of disrupting many industries, and each industry could potentially be a $1 trillion industry. So full self-driving autonomous cars, robo-taxis, that's a $1 trillion industry. There's healthcare. Healthcare on one end is creating new medication, creating new cures. On the other hand, it's doing surgery, doing real effectively enhancing human doctors. All of that, healthcare is a huge industry, plus the pharma side. That's a $1 trillion industry. And then we haven't even talked about defense and drones and all of that stuff. Defense, there's so much money in defense. But fundamentally, the nature of war has changed as well. So the next conflicts, we hope, will be soft conflicts, because hard conflicts in the future just become effectively just AI on AI wars. So I think there's multiple $1 trillion industries there, and there's a lot to be gained just being verticalized as AI. But I think fundamentally it's hard tech, and hard tech is hard to build, but high impact.
Yeah, it's an interesting point that AI is like a horizontal that cuts through all these verticals, maybe adding an order of magnitude of value to some, but also eliminating, different components of others. Kevin, how do you think about this one? There's a lot of schools of thought when it comes to putting a TAM on real-world AI. Like Elon will say $50,000 per Optimus multiplied by 20 billion, which is way more than the number of humans out there. Then you get something like 10 trillion. But I think that's just back of the napkin, soft math. But what do you think about the TAM over the next coming years?
Yeah, I think first of all, it's definitely to be huge, but I'm not going to do some math. I totally agree with you guys. It's at least like a multi-trillion-dollar TAM for sure. But one thing I want to add here would be if we get all the different verticals with AI, there could be just some compound effect. For example, when we first get internet, a lot of traditional businesses can actually work with each other in some way. And for example, the payments and the delivery systems and different things. But for the AI, I would consider as maybe like the next wave of the internet, so that when different traditional kind of like verticals, when they are land on AI, the AI agents and could actually talk to each other, and as a result, the compound effect could be by itself could be even like a multi-trillion-dollar TAM as well, which hasn't been explored in the past, and not talking about like the different verticals by themselves. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to add here.
Awesome. Yeah, that was a little bit of a rah-rah start to this session. Let's talk about some things that could slow things down, right? As far as like the biggest risks to progress in this crypto and AI intersection. What do you think are the biggest risks? Whether they're technical risks, regulatory risks, adoption-related risks that could come into play to slow down the progress of this intersection of crypto or AI?
I think we have yet to discover what the true product market fit is. And I think ultimately it comes down to economic incentive, finding the right economic incentive. Like if we talk about data marketplace, ultimately people will develop in the I'll circle back to the open versus closed side, where I think people will build in the open when the incentive are aligned to build in the open. And the incentives are aligned when if I build close, I have a slower iteration. If I build close, I have less access to a wide range of data. If I build close, maybe I get outclassed by my competition. I think it ultimately just comes down to how do we find the right economic incentive to build in the open? Because building in the open in many ways feels intimidating. Because building in the open means, hey, I'm putting a bunch of stuff out in the open. It's open kimono versus a lot of maybe human instinct is, all right, how do I shelter myself and how do I protect myself? So I think it's probably less so, I personally worry less about regulation in this case. I think I worried more in terms of how do we get the right incentive in place to build a fostering ecosystem.
What do you think, Kevin?
Yeah, I totally agree. But also because I'm a tech guy, I also worry about the technology risk too, like how we can actually build such a kind of like AI apps, AI agents that could still follow kind of like humans' order. Like if we build like a trading agent, but what if it has its own like ideas about trading and it doesn't forcefully actually work for human. That might become also a disaster. In the past, if you just do the chatting and it's fine, like if they hallucinate and you could tell. But if it is trading, it's real money, and yeah, you probably have a lot more risk there. How we can utilize like a blockchain and to get into like the operation to be verifiable and trust, that could be a very good topic to explore. Yeah, what was the second one? Like regulation. Regulation, I think the crypto and both crypto and AI are right now the hot topics in regulation. I'm not sure how it will go, but I think the combination can be more interesting, and it looks like the governments are somehow like not very, when they are seeing something that they are not familiar with, they might just delay kind of like this kind of regulation so that all the startups can come in and do something very well, and later it could be some regulation risk and a lot of like areas couldn't being still available to the user. But right now we are at the right moment that we can actually explore anything that's possible. Yeah, but let's just do it as soon as possible because it's the right timing.
Yeah, it sounds like for the risks that you guys mentioned, the lack of incentives to build out in the open, crypto definitely has a role there. And for the potential lack of trust, or like the rogue agents, the verifiability and the trust that blockchain provides definitely has a role there as well. So it sounds like the crypto and AI intersection is more than just a hot investment segment. It's providing a lot of much needed trust and incentives as well. The last question I have for you guys, you know, Misari tracks tons of different metrics that have given like a real important magnifying glass for all sorts of investors and enthusiasts into what the crypto space has been up to. For this AI sector, what do you think are the important metrics to track over the next 2 to 3 years to know if this thesis that we're talking about on stage right now is playing out successfully?
Yeah, if we go full circle to what we talked about earlier, how big is the market? If we take the lowest of low ends, which is $1 trillion, the maybe one crisp metric, and I'm a big fan of simple numbers tell simple stories. How much of the $1 trillion market is being powered by AI and crypto? I think that's a very easy indicator of just seeing, all right, there's a huge opportunity out there. How much of the market can crypto and AI seize? And then on the other hand, I also think about the inflection or the derivative as well, is what is the rate of growth of number of projects, number of transaction value that is brought on by crypto and AI. And I think the combination of the two effectively gives a picture of what is the current market size of crypto and AI and how fast it is growing. And I'll just end with one last note, which is Peter Thiel talks about it's better to build in a small market and then grow the market and grow with the market than build in a big market, because a big market is oversubscribed. And I think right now the intersection of crypto and AI is still a very small market. So it's going to be a question of how big is that growth.
Great. Kevin, what do you think? From a tech perspective, what kind of metrics are you tracking closely, or what kind of trends that will validate or invalidate this crypto and AI thesis over the next years?
Yeah. If you look at the whole kind of growth, not growth funnel, but like the life cycle, I think the first thing is how much data are actually being provided there over time. That could be a good metrics to look at. And secondly, I think how many kind of specialized models being built in this field, so that people can start using it, and it can also iterate as well. And the last thing might be how many AI apps, how many agents, and finally how many users are actually in the field. It has to be like people who are not talking about like paying, but how they are interacting with it, and yeah, that's very important. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, that's all the time we have for our panel today. Let's give Duran and Kevin a big round of applause for sharing their thoughts on the future of real-world AI.
Thanks, Hill.
Thank you, guys. All right, our next speaker is going to be Jan from OpenMind. So I'd love to invite him to the stage. Let's give him a hand, guys.
Right here. Hello.
All right. Forward, back.
Wonderful.
And you're going to want to point in that direction.
That direction, and microphone. Hey, it's wonderful to be here. Sorry for being slightly late and messing up your schedule. Very good. So most of what we do is build open source software for thinking machines. And that software is a system that allows you to connect many different models to, in aggregate, make sense of the world and create good actions in quadruped and humanoid form factor. The big development, of course, in robotics is that large language models are not only able to write computer code or to help my engineering students at Stanford do their homework, these models are also able to control physical hardware. And that, of course, allows you to build robots that, by simply changing a prompt, can be adapted to particular verticals. So here's a conversation I had with Deep Research earlier in the year. And I just asked Deep Research what kind of economy machines will build. As machines become autonomous and independent, it is certain that they will build their own economy. And it is to be expected that that economy will have different objectives and architecture compared to most of the economies that humans have built. And next slide, please. Big one? Ah, okay. Great. So in terms of timing, if you're in this room, then you, of course, are extremely lucky because you are in the middle of what is probably the most severe tech dislocation ever in history of humans and technology. Whatever kind of tech humans have built before has helped us do things. It has generally not enabled machines to directly compete for certain tasks that for a long time we believed to be somehow limited to humans. So congratulations, and you should be paying close attention to this area, either building or otherwise participating in this transition. Of course, the computers you have in your brains are massively parallel wet electrochemical architecture, and that has taken something like 225 million years to evolve to the current compute capability that we have in our skulls. And for the first time in human history, we have a competing compute architecture that is able to do things like win the Math Olympics, speak all human languages, write computer code, improve its own architecture and computer code, outperform humans in 21 different categories of medical diagnostics. Guess what performs worst? AI plus department chief.
right? Because the department chief wrote the textbook and, of course, is always right. So the most senior humans in the medical space have a tendency to argue with the computers, which, of course, degrades performance because computers alone outperform any combination of humans in medical diagnostics as of a few months ago. What's interesting is not only current capability of computers, but the fact that they're getting even more capable at an accelerating rate. And of course, that's very interesting from the perspective of what computers will do in a few months or in a year or even 2 years from now. From a robotics perspective, we and many others expect the spatial Turing test to be solved in about a year from now. That refers to a humanoid walking around a home, hospital, workplace, and after some blurring, being indistinguishable from one of you navigating that hospital, workplace, kindergarten, school, or office. Not only are computers getting really smart, but they're getting to the point where they can make themselves better. And those are always those inflection points that you're looking for when a technology goes from improving quickly to improving explosively. And that brings with it incredible opportunity, but also should raise concerns that all of us should be thinking about and trying to prepare for. What we do at OpenMind is we write open source software for thinking machines. We love Android. We love the internet. As you know, the internet runs on open source software. The vast bulk of phones on Earth uses open source software. Of course, there's companies like Apple who control the hardware, software, and cloud. And there will be companies in robotics that attempt to do the same. But there's going to be a long tail of robotics companies that want to focus on the hardware rather than trying to build out the compute, the operating system, and all the other parts of this tech stack. And we see good we see good support for that hypothesis from a whole host of Chinese humanoid robotics companies that are looking for open source software brewed with love in San Francisco that allows them to sell their humanoids globally without hospitals, schools, kindergartens, retirement homes being concerned about where the humanoid is coming from. Here's a little bit of how the tech works, and the central idea is that for most contemporary robotic software, you're dealing with 10 to 20 different models. Some of them focus on sound, some of them focus on location, some of them focus on vision. Some of those focus on data fusion, others focus on summarizing data. Other tools deal with inventories of physical objects or spatial navigation. Then once you've described and captioned the world, that flows to other LLMs that argue about what the next thing to do is for the machine, and then the machine performs a task, and you run that every 500 milliseconds to every 2 seconds approximately. Iris is at another event today, and she can't be at 2 places at once, despite being quite capable. But what's interesting about Iris from the perspective of Token2049 is that she has her own Coinbase wallet integrated. She uses the Coinbase X42 micropayment system for convenient data sales and acquisition. And she knows about other robots in her proximity. The system is very similar to a dating service where one robot exposes their location and interests, and if there's other robots around with overlapping interests and locations, the 2 robots can go meet one another, and then they switch from an RF communications protocol to audio, just as people do when we switch from Zoom or WeChat to simply talking to other people. She loves to accessorize. This is a Mac Mini, the M4 chip running on the back of the humanoid. In terms of the chips that we like, it's the Apple Silicon M4 and also the NVIDIA Thor, and both of those are probably the leading chips. Some companies, of course, are building their own chips like Optimus. Their idea is they do their own silicon, their own cloud, their own software, their own hardware, their own batteries. So that's one example of one of these robotics companies trying to be fully integrated. We're much more interested in open systems and systems where you can mix and match. This is a brain pack, so this is a NVIDIA Orin clipped on the back of a Unitree. And these brain packs will go on sale next month for quadruped and humanoid form factor. And what this means is you can take generic humanoid Chinese hardware, you can clip on compute that connects to US servers. And so if, for example, you're a US hospital, you can now keep the sensing, data, and compute confined to chips and software that are sourced, for example, in the US. So that's a modular clip-on unit, just like a backpack that makes machines smarter. There's two pieces to what we build. First, we want to make individual machines smart, and then we also want those machines to be able to connect and communicate. If you come from the defense sector, this is something that's very familiar to you. For example, if you have a guided missile cruiser, that obviously is going to have to share data with other assets like airplanes and submarines and satellites. So there you need to take data, you need to fuse it, and then you need this team of assets to work together optimally to accomplish your mission. But we believe that very much the same sort of architecture or idea can and should be mapped to hospitals, homes, workplaces, logistics, transportation, supermarkets, kindergartens. Some of our robots just started teaching children in kindergartens in China. We see many situations where machines need to be able to coordinate with machines. For example, when Iris in the US goes to a supermarket to get groceries, it's beneficial for her to be able to coordinate with a Waymo simply so she can get home. Those are all situations where machines need convenient infrastructure to coordinate with other machines. And the real problem is not coordination of homogeneous systems of machines. Imagine you're a BYD humanoid. Are you going to be able to interconnect with all other BYD humanoids? Of course you are. But what's more interesting to us is what about an Apple humanoid with a Xiaomi humanoid with a BYD humanoid? How do you get those systems to work together properly? And that's almost certainly not going to involve a protocol that is driven by any one manufacturer of humanoid. Here's some sort of macro considerations. The world is getting older. And there's really only two solutions. One solution is everyone in this room, please go make babies now. Solution number one, or solution number two is a technology that allows us to do a lot of the work where it's currently impossible to find humans to do the work, or they don't want to do the work, or the work is dangerous. And simply the fact that people on Earth are getting older means that all of us will need care, and we need stuff, and we need logistics. And right now, it's not at all clear how to actually do that, given that all of us, sadly, are getting older. I don't see any babies in this room, which is precisely the problem. So there's a acute shortage of humans in many areas, most notably healthcare, taking care of old people, and also in education and many, many other areas. The really exciting thing is that the generation of robots you're seeing now are no longer restricted to one task like driving or mopping your floor. They're now increasingly able to acquire new skills overnight through firmware upgrades, speak many languages. They can teach you math, but also French, can also win the Math Olympics, can also replace human mammographers in the clinic, and can also tell you about everything that's in your home, for example. So all of those capabilities are coming together in one robot. And so back to our sort of lead-in premise. So individual machines getting smart. The software for them is open source. And of course, there's many closed source alternatives as well. Think of Google's Intrinsic, that's a modular stack for robots. Think about OpenAI robotics, that's almost certainly is going to be a modular stack. Think about the NVIDIA Foxconn humanoid. And all these systems we're seeing are no longer like a universal foundation model, which supposedly is equally capable of doing everything. Now where the tech is the notion that you'll snap together dozens of models, different languages, capabilities. You're going to be able to optimize them individually as pieces. And that, of course, makes the system engineering a whole lot simpler if you can focus on getting your Saudi Arabic language module to perform well, as opposed to trying to do that simultaneous to also trying to figure out what the best way is to pick up a ripe durian. So we're seeing this development of these modular software stacks. That means that humanoids will be able to add and subtract skills very easily because the stack is modular. They're becoming more independent, and we expect a machine-focused economy to emerge that is going to have a somewhat different architecture to most of the economies we're used to. And that's, of course, why we work with stablecoin companies, Circle, Tether, others, also with Coinbase. The idea there is that stablecoins will be essential as the glue between human economies and machine-focused economies to serve as a sort of Rosetta Stone for translation among those systems. Okay, so come help us build. Take our software, it's free and open. If you need help with the hardware, our brain packs are also open source and fully documented. You can build this all yourself. If you need humanoids that learn quickly, are able to share skills, are able to do useful things in homes, we're probably the first company deploying autonomous robots into American households next month, focusing on taking care of old people, teaching your kids math, and making your home more secure. So that's just a few weeks away, which of course is crazy, but also kind of interesting and fun. Thank you so much. Happy to take any questions. Are you scared? Are you excited? Do you want one? Huh? Well, if you live in San Francisco, then that'll make things a lot easier. We're still trying to figure out how to, once we get a lot of engineering feedback from families in San Francisco, then we have to figure out how to carbon copy the sort of tech, the hardware, and everything else to many, many different places. Europe comes to mind, Middle East, Singapore, and other places. So if you want to help with that and you live in a big city and you care about robots, please raise your hand and reach out, and we will get you set up, and you can serve as the local king or queen for your own robot army, and we're happy to help with that. Yes, well, we love Texas. And so get on a plane, come visit our robotics lab in San Francisco, and we'll certainly show you stuff. Unfortunately, the lead time for humanoids in the Bay Area right now is 20 weeks because Apple, Google, Meta, NVIDIA, Qualcomm, you name it, is buying humanoids. So they're just hard to get. We've hidden away a few in our lab, but the main limitation right now is simply supply chain. Right, for our system, which is quadruped, which is dog, we're talking about 10K. And we expect a humanoid order of magnitude cost to be around 10K next year. And that's going to be when car companies start to think about how to make millions of humanoids. Thank you.
All right, guys. It's time for your periodic Were You Listening quiz for your chance to win this pink orangish labubu. What is the name of OpenMind's first robot? Iris? Yes. Congratulations. Please take care of this beautiful monster thing. All right, guys. We have a really special next panel that I'm really excited about. IoTeX has been diving into the U.S. political landscape a little bit, and we just recently joined the Digital Chamber, who has been in the forefront of regulation in D.C. and championing for crypto. So we have an amazing fireside chat with the CEO of the Digital Chamber, Cody. So I'd like to welcome him to the stage. Let's give him a hand, guys. Test. All right, guys. Cody, why don't you start by introducing yourself and a little bit about what the Digital Chamber is all about?
Yeah, first. Can you hear me? There we go. First of all, Larry, IoTeX, thanks so much for having me. This is awesome to be talking U.S. policy on the other side of the world here in Singapore. The Digital Chamber is the largest blockchain trade association, which means we represent blockchain-based companies on Capitol Hill. With the White House, we advocate for blockchain adoption with policymakers. So day to day, we are going up to the Hill, we are going to the White House, we are talking directly with those who are writing the rules and regulations that impact this industry, trying to influence them to make sure they make sense so this industry can thrive in the U.S.
Got you. I just want to start off by just asking what the current state of crypto regulation is in the U.S. Like, there's been so much progress this year with the friendlier administration, and I think the focus has been a lot on stablecoins and market structure. But from your own words, how do you see the political landscape right now?
It's been the best kind of chaos. It has been, we've been moving at light speed. There has been a complete 180 shift from the last administration. This administration came in on day one. They reached out to us and to some of the leaders in the digital asset space and said, we want to rebuild trust. We're going to do that by writing the rules, writing the bills that impact your industry alongside of you. We are not technical experts, and so we want to understand what the builders and founders want and how can they exist in the United States. We don't want to be burdensome. We want to keep people safe. So let's write those rules together. So over the last 9 months of this administration, we've been doing that. We have moved at a pace that Congress has never seen before. You mentioned the stablecoin bill. We got that over the finish line. We are close to getting a market structure bill over the finish line, which essentially says if you're going to list a token in the United States, here's who your regulator is, here's what you have to do. If you're going to issue a token in the United States, here's what you have to do. DC has never been so popular to go to for this industry. So it is incredible to see IoTeX and some of these other companies really leaning in, because this is the time where you cannot just react to what's going on, you can proactively shape it. The US and this administration have made it very clear that they don't just want to be another participant in the global regulation of blockchain, digital asset, AI, all these innovative technologies. They want to be the leader and they want the rest of the world to follow. So the last 9 months since January 20th of 2025 have been chaotic, but in the best type of way.
In those 9 months, who do you think are the biggest forces kind of shaping what's going on in DC from from a political and also like an institutional perspective?
From a political perspective, this White House came in on the third day. They issued an executive order and they established a White House Crypto Council. That was led by Bo Hines, who just recently left. And so Bo, David Sachs, who is also a part of that. There's new incoming people who have taken Bo's place in Patrick Witt, Harry Jung. We've had leaders in Congress who have been at this for years, way before it was cool to be pro-crypto in Washington, like a Senator Cynthia Lummis, a Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, the GOP Majority Whip in the House, Tom Emmer. Those OGs have really done the lion's share of the work in convincing their colleagues, hey, we need to pass legislation that impacts this industry because this is the future. On the industry side, there has been, it's been remarkable to watch some of the member companies that we represent and their voices, their CEOs to come in, some of the big exchanges, some of the big token issuers, stablecoin issuers like a USDC, Circle, Tether's been very involved, the Winklevi and Gemini have been very involved. It's been really nice to not only have some of the politicos like myself advocating for the industry, but really have the builders and the founders and the CEOs now want to come and make their voice known. Sit at the table, start to influence what's going on, and really make a difference, and it's paying off.
Digital Chamber has been at the table for many, many years now and has been at the center of, even in the previously less friendly administration, championing and breaking down barriers. We all feel this kind of positive momentum in the air. From your perspective, why is now different, and how big is this change from administration to administration?
It can't be understated. It's huge. It really is. The last administration had this perspective that anyone who was touching blockchain or digital assets was either a scammer or a fraudster. And most concerning, there was this perception that this was just a fad. This was a trend, this was a bubble. People are interested in the technology right now, but they're going to move past this. There were a lot of black swan bad events that happened during the last administration, the FTX, Terra Luna, and so I think they were reacting to that. This administration, though, recognized that this is not a trend and that this is the future. That we are going to see blockchain technology not only be the core infrastructure of daily finance, but of healthcare, of media, entertainment, for supply chains. And so they have made it very known from the get-go, hey, we need to be a leader. We no longer want to have US blockchain developers build their companies in the UAE or in Singapore or in the EU. We want them to be here. There are jobs at hand. We think this industry is going to go. Let's bring everyone back here. And we no longer want to follow what Singapore is doing. We no longer want to follow what the EU is doing in terms of regulation that we have been following for too long. That is not the US way. We want to lead. And so that recognition that this was the future and they have to do something, that it wasn't a trend, has really been the biggest shift, because that has told lawmakers, because the tone in DC is set at the top, obviously, by the president and the White House and the executive branch, but that has told lawmakers, hey, we have the support of the White House. We understand that this is the future. We want to get involved. We want to pass legislation that'll stand the test of time. Let's do so now, because Congress can change hands every 2 years. You never know who the president's going to be in 3.5 years, if they may be more antagonistic towards crypto. So let's do it now. And so they've really been motivated, and it's been pretty awesome to be a part of it.
So given that we're in Asia, right, I think the battle is more back home, but you said something kind of interesting where maybe the U.S. is taking the lead of Singapore, Hong Kong, more, loose financial regions of the world. But it seems like a lot of the countries are also very closely watching what the U.S. is doing, especially on stablecoins, market structure. How do you see these regional dynamics playing out? Is it the U.S. leading? Is it the U.S. following, or a little bit of like a circular loop?
A little bit of a circular loop. It's fascinating. If you had asked me this question a year ago at this conference, I said the U.S. is absolutely following. The U.S. does not have any type of regulatory structure in place. Yes, there was some regulated entities, but there really was no leadership. Now what the U.S. has done over the last 9 months is it has looked to the regimes that have been leading for years. It has looked to what Singapore has done, and it has brought those founders in from Singapore that want to tap into the U.S. market and said, okay, what's working back home? It has looked to the founders that have been building in the UAE and said, what's working back home in your regulatory framework? What parts of those regulatory frameworks can we adopt here in the U.S.? What parts are burdensome that we don't want to adopt? How can we take all the good work that has happened overseas for a decade and build them in the U.S. so all of those companies that are being built over there just want to be here? So it has been really fascinating. The U.S. is still lagging behind in some areas. We're still very early days in the regulatory life cycle. We only have one bill across the finish line, in the stablecoin bill. We're still looking for that market structure bill. We are still looking for tax clarity. We are still looking for accounting and audit clarity. So we have a long way to go, and we will continue to follow for a bit, but they're motivated in Washington. And so again, like I really can't say it enough. The speed at which DC is moving to catch up in this industry is something that I have never seen before. I've been in DC for 15 years. I worked on Capitol Hill. I worked in TradFi. There is such a motivation from Congress that crypto is not just something we need to do, it is something that we need to do first and now. It is no surprise that the administration came out and on day 3 said, we're going to have a US first crypto point of view. It is no surprise that the Senate Banking Committee, the first hearing they did of this Congress was on stablecoins. The first bill that came out of the House Financial Services Committee and the House Ag were on market structure. They want to prioritize this. It is the #1 priority, and that is just pretty telling and illustrative of how the president feels about this and how now the rest of the country feels about this. We can no longer fall behind because this is the future.
How about AI? You know, it's a little outside of the scope of, maybe not outside of the scope of what the digital chamber looks like, but we've heard from David Sachs, you know, his intention to bring AI onshore into this, build, you know, the future of AI and crypto in the States. Do you think AI is on the priority list in DC, or are there, especially this intersection of AI and crypto is kind of, you know, yeah, how do you see AI?
The convergence of AI and crypto is pretty amazing. I would say at the end of the last Congress, so the end of 2024, crypto was the cool thing for a while, and then once ChatGPT really got popular in Washington, it became all AI. How do we regulate AI? Then this new administration came in and it was crypto first again. Then we got the stablecoin bill passed, and all of a sudden you hear the White House focus more on AI. David Sachs' role as AI and crypto czar has almost shifted in all of his public comments and his list of priorities. It was crypto, and then we got that bill passed, and now it's AI. So there is almost this competition of regulatory priority. Do we try to regulate AI? Do we try to regulate crypto? The conversation of AI and crypto together in the nexus has not reached DC yet. While the industry is talking about it, and we represent a lot of Bitcoin miners who are pivoting to AI. While this convergence is happening in rooms like this, it has not yet happened in Washington. So it has still been pretty siloed, where we're going to, in this room or this table, we're going to talk about regulating crypto. Over here, we're going to talk about regulating AI, and there is a competition between the AI industries and the crypto industries, and okay, we want to be regulated first. We want you to pass our bills or address our issues first. I think until the industry starts to go in together, I think there needs to be a convergence not only on the tech side and the development side and the building side of AI and crypto and blockchain, but on the advocacy side. That's what we're trying to lean into at the Digital Chamber, because we are starting to work with more companies who are building using AI. Once we start to get the advocacy fight and mission really nailed down, and we start going in and having conversations with policymakers on AI and crypto in the same conversation, that's when they'll start prioritizing together. But right now, it is still very siloed.
Another hot topic, I think, lately has been in the RWA sector, real-world assets. Whether it's tokenized stocks on chain or finding treasury yield on chain, it seems like this has captured the attention of Wall Street and crypto. Do you see Washington looking into that closely, and what can we expect out of there?
Big time. I would say the most common phrase in DC right now, and it's really coming down from New York, is tokenize everything. Everything should be tokenized. It is untapped potential for the U.S. capital markets. And that's not me saying that. Well, I do agree. That is what the policymakers are saying right now. They are starting to understand what it actually means to tokenize something, and not just financial instruments, real estate, anything. And they are trying to figure out what the regulatory structure is. What does it mean from a regulatory perspective to tokenize something? Do you need to change the regulatory treatment of an asset just by tokenizing it? Maybe you don't. That's the conversation they're having right now. Where it's starting is on tokenized equities. So the SEC is starting to look at tokenized equities, and the SEC has already came out and just say, just because you're putting a security on a blockchain or you're tokenizing security doesn't mean it's not a security anymore. So that was the first bit of guidance. Hey, just because you're tokenizing something, you're tokenizing security or an asset doesn't mean it's not a security anymore. Now they're going to look into, okay, how do we really tokenize equities? How do we tokenize treasuries? How do we tokenize treasury yields? What does that mean? I think over the next 6 to 9 months, you're going to see a flurry of guidance come out from the SEC on this. The demand from Wall Street and the pressure from Wall Street on the SEC, on the CFTC, on Treasury to really lean into tokenization and give them clear pathways to tokenize more assets is something like I've never seen before. So this is going to be priority number one. While the legislative debate is happening on Capitol Hill, the rest of the executive branch is going to be focusing on tokenization.
So from the digital chamber's perspective, with all this stuff happening in the next year, what's your guys' role? And maybe share a little bit more about the history of the digital chamber, especially for companies in the audience or those watching on the live stream that are looking to get more involved in these discussions. Walk us through.
We've been around for 11 years. We were the first trade association in Washington advocating for this industry. We were the first ever registered lobbyists in DC advocating for blockchain technology and digital assets. Today, we represent about 200 companies. We have a very diverse membership, not just your crypto native companies, your AI native companies. We do also represent TradFi companies. The one requirement to join the digital chamber, and we are a membership-based organization, is that you have to be building using blockchain technology. What does it mean to join and be part of our advocacy mission? We want to be the voice of the industry. The industry has been fragmented for a long time. It's very competitive. But where everyone should be aligned is trying to find clear rules of the road. Everyone should be aligned on policy. And so we want to be that voice. Where we come in and why we have been successful is we've built really solid relationships with policymakers. I am able to call up a member of Congress and ask them for something. I am able to call up a staffer on Capitol Hill and ask them for something. That's just from years of relationship building. I worked on Capitol Hill, as I mentioned. And so we go in there and we want to make sure that everything IoTeX wants, we can be another voice. We're not trying to replace the industry voice. We're not trying to go and say, IoTeX, you be quiet, we'll take it. We want to be an amplifier of you. Hey, these are the positions that make sense. These are the positions for policy that will allow these businesses to thrive in the US. We don't just want to be at the table and be reactive. We want to influence the policy. That is our whole goal. That when a lawmaker wants to write a bill to create a regulatory framework for tokenizing RWA, their first call is to us. And they say, come to the table and help me write this bill. What that process then looks like is we go to all of our member companies and say, okay, what would you want in this bill? And then we write it alongside our member companies, and then we bring that to the member of Congress, and then they introduce it. Or we then bring that to the White House and say, this is the perspective of the industry. So being that unifying voice for the industry is what I think we're good at and what we try to achieve. Again, it's been, the last 9 months have been a whirlwind. For so long, we've been forced to be reactive that we were just getting hammered over the head with enforcement actions and being told, you're going to do this. And we didn't have the opportunity to really influence it and say, no, you shouldn't do that because these businesses can't survive or technically comply if you do that. So now we are writing the rules with the lawmakers and we are doing it alongside our member companies. So being that voice and just being an extension of our member companies' policy goals is what we aim to achieve at the Digital Chamber. So we are open to working with everyone. Even if you're not a member, we want to hear your policy positions. We want to hear from the individual builder to the startup to the largest conglomerate. What are you looking for in policy? Where are your policy roadblocks? Hey, I would love to go into the US, but I can't because this rule is overly burdensome. Or I don't know how to get this license. Or I don't know where to start. I don't know what I don't know who my member of Congress is. I don't know what it means to apply for an SEC registration, we can help there. So we're there to provide the guidance. We have a staff of about 30, almost all in DC. We do work at the state level as well. We are being forced to, which is exciting, to expand globally, as we have really built up a global membership over the last few months of companies who, again, are looking to come in and navigate the regulatory system of the US. They want to understand who the players are and who they should be talking to. We are then meeting the moment and meeting them and saying, okay, if you're coming to the US, we want to also understand what the policy frameworks that you're complying with right now in Singapore, Latin America, what's working there and what can we take from those policy frameworks and apply here to the US. So it's 11 years. It feels like that it took a decade to get to a moment where I finally feel like we can be proactive and we can start to notch wins. But I think the wins are just beginning.
Yeah, the shackles are off for sure.
We're
it must feel great.
It's been awesome.
Yeah. My last question for you is, I know like the structure of the digital chamber is very working group focused as well. We were chatting with our policy lead JP, and he's actually starting something around decentralized AI. And I know you guys have decentralization working group, national security working groups. Tell us a little bit about those working groups and what their missions are.
Yeah, we are completely working group focused. And so when you join the digital chamber, we have several different working groups that focus on those policy issues. So we want you to come in, and if you're really focused on cybersecurity, you have a home within the chamber that we are fighting for those policies. I think so often when people think about advocacy and they think about joining a trade association or being really involved in DC in the blockchain space, they think it's very narrow. They think it's just, hey, we have one mission, we're trying to advocate for crypto, that just means X. But it can mean we're advocating for securities clarity, we're advocating for decentralization, we're advocating for tax, accounting, national security, cybersecurity. And so we want to make sure that no matter what your business interests are or your policy interests are, that you have a home and you have someone who is going to advocate for you. So we have subject matter experts across all of the various policy areas within the digital chamber so we can be that voice. And every company has multiple issues. Tax affects everyone. Accounting affects everyone. One day you may be really interested in tax, then we get a bill passed and say, okay, now I'm going to really lean into cybersecurity because that impacts my business. So those working groups really drive our policy output. Those working groups are where our policy leads internally sit down, have calls with our members who are interested in that specific activity or sector. They come up with their policy positions. I always say that our policy working groups are like their own mini business lines and that the policy lead is the CEO. And the members are the clients, but also the employees who are really deciding what the work product is going to be.
Awesome. Well, yeah, IoTeX is really proud to be one of the newest members of the Digital Chamber, and want to thank you guys for really paving the way for what's already come this year and what's going to come ahead. And we're counting on you to make zero capital gains on crypto. So please make it happen.
We're doing our best. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Cody. All right. Our next session is going to be with, not this one. I think it's going to be with Aether, Nubula, IoTeX, moderated by, we're switching. Okay. Never mind. All right. The next panel. Are we ready for this panel, Larry? Okay. Let's get Claire and the rest of this crew on the stage around stablecoins unlocking global demand for real-world assets. Give us a minute while we get set up here, guys. All right. I'm going to let Claire introduce her panel, and really appreciate everyone for coming through.
Thanks, Larry. Thank you guys all for being here. Super excited to announce the guests for this next panel. It is the topic of stablecoins unlocking global demand for RWAs. So I'm going to head over here and start to present our panelists, starting with Sai Knoll, Director of BD of MetaMask and Consensus, as well as Ben Grossman, VP of Marketing at Ondo. Yes, come ahead. And Stefan Rust, CEO and founder of Laguna Labs and Truflation. Go ahead and give them a round of applause, everyone. Thank you, guys. Get settled here. All right, as we get the questions up, super excited to have you guys all specifically joining this. I think you all bring a different perspective to RWAs and stablecoins. So why don't we go ahead and start with a round of introductions. Tell me a little bit about yourselves and your company and what you guys are working on.
I'll start. Yeah, hi everybody. Thanks for being here. I've been in Bitcoin since 2012 and then became CEO of Bitcoin.com, launched that to 200,000 merchants around the world and some 20 million wallets that people had. And then the government shut everything down. So I thought, why are they shutting everything down and saying inflation is only transitory? So we launched True Inflation. And today, 4 years in, everybody thought we were crazy. Who cares about inflation? And then people realized, oh man, inflation actually is up at 12%. And then they realized that why don't you just track the government numbers? And today, nobody trusts the government anymore with their numbers. And so we've put all of this data and made these 100 million data points, economic data, from commodities, agriculture products, the cost of goods that you buy, real estate, etc. We've made that all available on the Truth Network. And the Truth Network uses tools like SQL, it uses SQL programming language, so very easy for developers to work with, MCP, so if you need data to work with your AI or feed your agentic agents out there, then you have the tooling available to work with that right away, all for free. And so that is what we do today, and that's what I'm excited, that's what gets me up in the morning.
I love that. Ben?
The hard act to follow. I'm Ben, I'm from Ondo Finance. So Ondo Finance is one of the leading players within the real-world asset tokenization space. I like to describe us as the Tether for stocks. It's a useful parallel. I think that turns a light bulb on. We have over 1.6 billion in assets in TVL, and we have a pretty wide distribution of the assets we issue. Tokenized T-bills, funds, and most recently, stocks and ETFs. So about 3 weeks ago, we launched tokenized stocks and ETFs on Ethereum. We have over 100 of assets live. And just today, we hit 300 million in TVL. And for context, that's about 3 times more than all other competitors combined. So, very excited about kind of the adoption and momentum we're seeing in the real-world asset tokenization space. And excited to be here.
That was a great act to follow. We both had multiple wow moments with that. Thank you for sharing. Absolutely. Sai, how about you?
Yeah, my name is Sai. I'm from Consensus. So Consensus owns one of the largest self-custodian wallets, MetaMask. We have a couple of other kind of like institutional offerings, like infrastructure as well, under the umbrella of Consensus. My role is I'm responsible mainly for the APEX side of business development. Currently, I think I'm focusing on mainly like trading-related verticals. I think the topic today is like very relevant because I actually spent half of my career back in the old days, like in the global investment bank, mainly focusing on the IPOs, like equity market, fundraising and stuff. I remember when I first kind of like started my crypto investment back in 2017, we talked a lot about like STO, securitized token offering, which actually pretty similar to RWA. I worked with a couple of like family office in Hong Kong, trying to help them to like fractionalize their properties like in Hong Kong, and then see if like how we can use the blockchain to like sell those like fractionalize the tokens like in real estates. to the sophisticated institutional kind of like investors. So a lot of like things has changed like since technology has evolved. I think distribution has been like very different, I think, from the old days as well. So very excited to kind of like share more during the discussion today. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you guys. I mean, clearly great panel set up here. We got the trusted data, we got the infrastructure, we got the adoption and the rails. So I think offering a little bit from all those sides, we can cover the sort of main question of, we know that stablecoins are now the backbone of all crypto liquidity, but why do you think they're uniquely positioned to unlock that global demand for real world assets? And we're really seeing the RWA space take off. Why do you think this is so?
I mean, I'll jump in on that one. So,
thought so.
the appetite for tokenization is very high because people look at the product market fit of stablecoins and their first question is, what's next? And so like our perspective, particularly here, is that public funds, public assets like US capital markets, stocks, ETFs, et cetera, are probably the most liquid, most in-demand markets in the world. But just like stablecoins, or more to say, before, like the barriers to accessing dollars before stablecoins, many of those same barriers exist for all other types of assets like stocks and ETFs. And so, you know, our perspective is that the next wave of tokenization is really going to be around these public equities where all those barriers that kind of were solved via a stablecoin are now really getting addressed in a new way. So, you know, we like to think that what stablecoins did for dollars, you know, tokenization is going to do for stocks and ETFs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, I mean, I echo that. I would just add on top of that, right? I think there are three big things that have really changed in the last sort of, let's say, 6 to 9 months, right? And one of it's regulatory, obviously. I think the Genius Act has come in, and that has allowed and paved the way for legitimizing the tokenization of the dollar. And we're going to see a rapid growth in the tokenization of it. I think the other thing is a lot of people don't realize that, I mean, in Asia more so, in emerging markets, you don't have the same kind of infrastructure set up as you have in other markets. And so, and you don't have the governments that actually necessarily are providing central banking services or treasury services the way you would see in the US or in the form of money printer or just monetary policy. And then lastly, utility. I think the utility of a tokenized dollar. How many of you have used bank accounts? You transfer money from one bank to another. How long does it take you?
2 days. 3 days.
3 days, right? So how long does it take you to do a crypto transfer? Instant.
Yeah, now try transferring your stocks from one brokerage to another.
There you go. That then again on top of that, right? So all of a sudden you've added velocity to money and velocity to stocks and assets, which wasn't there before. And velocity is economic, you know, growth is economic power, is the velocity of money because it drives liquidity. And liquidity is what makes the dollar so strong. Not because it's got $37 trillion of debt or whatever, it's the liquidity. That's, you know, you can always go and trade. Why can you always go with Bitcoin? You can go with XRP, you can go with all these shares because there's always liquidity there. And so I think that's what we got to do. But the UX has to improve for, what do we call it? Rapid demand, right?
No, I think that was really, really well put, especially that, you know, what both of you guys said, we're not just offering this new path or this new technology or an alternative way to do things. We're actually solving problems that traditional financial systems or TradFi cannot. I'd love to hear a little bit more too, Sai, on this and maybe like the user perspective and the adoption side, what you guys are seeing at MetaMask.
Well, yes, I think agree on what Steven just said about the clarity. I think in terms of the regulatory environment, it's not just U.S. Actually, I think we look at globally, Hong Kong, Singapore, like UAE, all actually I think have launched, or actually I think have just passed. I think a similar kind of like stablecoin builds. that allow their kind of like those domestic like institution to issue like their local stable coins. So that actually I think clear a lot of uncertainties. You know, like for institution, we've actually interact with a lot of like corporations, institution. I think one of their biggest concern, like previously before, like all these new regulations, actually are uncertainty about the policy environment, right? So once I think the government kind of like have this cleared, that's actually give a lot of confidence to the institutional player in the space. So you can see like Amazon, they're exploring issuing a stablecoin in the ecosystem. Stripe kind of like acquired a stablecoin. So all these big players, I think, entering the market actually give their own market confidence. So that allow, I think, the whole industry to kind of like convert those like more conservative type like users onto Web3. So now we're talking about like not just crypto native kind of like users. Actually, we are onboarding a lot of like traditional users, I think, to Web3.
I actually love that. Like, in order to take people from the conservative approach, they need the confidence to do so at the personal level, the enterprise level. I think that's a really, really great way to put it. And I think, Stefan, you also sort of started touching on this. Want to dive a little bit into the emerging market side. So where in emerging markets where access to the US dollar or other international currencies is restricted, stablecoins are being widely used already, as we've kind of been talking about the institutional players coming in and the enterprises. How might the same demand translate into demand or appetite for other real world assets? And kind of a bonus in there as well. If so, which RWAs are you most bullish on? Could be commodities, real estate, carbon credits. Do we have any favorites?
I mean, I think, you know, imagine you're a Shopify vendor, a supplier based in China or in Nigeria or wherever you may be, or South Africa, and you're selling into the US market. All of a sudden you have the Shopify dollar. You get paid in Shopify dollar, which is fungible with the Tether dollar, with the Amazon dollar, with the Walmart dollar. As I start earning dollars in those markets, where am I going to allocate my dollars, my spare surplus dollars? I'm going to buy tokenized stocks. I'm going to buy other cryptocurrencies. I'm going to buy other, maybe, I mean, at some point you'll be able to buy real estate with that tokenized dollar. And I think that's where we're headed. You know, it's a matter of time as to how long it takes to get there, but that's what's going to happen. And for me, the most attractive, I mean, yeah, opportunity is, I mean, real estate I don't like because you're tied down to a specific jurisdiction. Equities, you're mobile, you can immediately offload it, it's liquid. Anything that's liquid is phenomenal, right? So, but then anything that ties you down to a specific jurisdiction, the government may change, an administration may change, you know, you can't offload it, taxes may change. So you never know what's going to happen based on whatever regulation is in place at that given point in time, or what might look like in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, great point.
And I'm just going to jump in here too, because I agree with that. But you know, I think there's just because you can tokenize something doesn't mean you should, right? And I think there's certainly a lot of attention and interest around real estate and private credit. And I think the challenge, and this is more my perspective here, the challenge with those types of assets is that, coming back to liquidity, is that many of them are not liquid. So just because you can tokenize it, it does not necessarily mean that inherently gives it liquidity. And the second is a lot of these assets are really hard to price, right? And so there isn't necessarily an inherent benefit unlocked just by tokenizing it. And so kind of coming back to your question and the liquidity kind of question at the beginning is, what do we see as next, and what do we think developing markets will, you know, that have driven adoption by stablecoins, like what do they see as next? That's why, like, for me, I really see, you know, the public equities as that next kind of asset class, because it is the most, you know, US capital markets are basically the most liquid, the most in demand. And when we think about like why international investors or global investors can access them is because today, if you want to buy traditional stocks or ETFs and you are outside the US, you oftentimes do not have the selection, so you can't get them. And if you can, oftentimes there are very high fees. There's platform lock-in, so maybe you can get it, but you're getting it through a specific brokerage, and that brokerage determines you can only get XYZ assets, be it a stock or an ETF. They determine your margin, your fees, the services you can get, and so, by tokenizing these assets, just like stablecoins, you're really unlocking these assets in a new way that's accessible, and in a new format that people are now used to given their stablecoin adoption.
I love that. Yeah, especially the trust in it and the adoption that you're mentioning too. We all say giving users control back, but when you bring up all the barriers to entry and also the fees, the locking you into different platforms, all of that is not beneficial to the user. And so I feel like that perspective essentially, how you were saying too, only, you can't tokenize everything, and what's the benefit to actually doing so and being selective in how we choose that and making sure we bring the most benefit to the most amount of people, and making it easy and accessible for everyone, absolutely. Sai, do you have thoughts on this as well? I'm curious to hear.
I can actually share, I think, my observation from kind of like analyzing our user behaviors. Like we have 30 million kind of like monthly active user. I think 2 points. One is our users love volatility. Like that's how the traders like make money, right? So that's why I think equity falls into this category, like volatility, the daily volatility. If we actually build perps on top of like tokenized equity, allowing them to kind of like have 10 times, 20 times leverage to launch short Apple stocks like Nvidia's, I think this is like the perfect product market fit for crypto traders. So this is one of the observations. And the other is, I think, users are actually, I think, quite simple-minded. So the more complex the products actually is, the more difficult we kind of like can sell to them. So we need a lot of like user education. If like we're talking about like structured product, real estate, like all this less liquid kind of like investment. So those are actually, I think, for institutionals. So from MetaMask perspective, because we serve the mass market, I think like volatility and I think user education is something that we have to consider in some, like what category kind of like is the right access to tokenize.
What's your penetration? You have MetaMask institution and you have MetaMask retail as well, right? What's the breakdown percentage adoption?
Well, I think like from business perspective, in terms of like activities like traffic, I think the wallet side is like 90%. Yeah. Institutional, I think it's not currently, I think, our focus. Okay. Mostly an institution, but institution they don't trade a lot. Yeah. Like maybe they just like stick like with us, and then they won't kind of like move their like position for a year or two.
Very interesting. Yeah, and I love both the user education. You brought up UX earlier, making it easier for people, making it accessible. Kind of also goes into my next point. I want to cover a little bit about the regulatory landscape. So stablecoins, they're intuitive, they're easy to understand for people coming into crypto for the first time. I think you guys have broken it down beautifully and how it can actually bring value back to the masses, basically. But they have faced a lot of regulatory scrutiny. We're seeing a lot of friendlier adoption and a lot more countries sort of entering this regulatory space. But I'm curious from your guys' perspective or experiences personally, what have been the most meaningful changes in regulation that you guys have seen so far? And maybe even what kind of hurdles you think might be immediate term that we need to get over to kind of enter this next phase in the regulatory landscape? You know, we talked a little bit about Genius in the US and Clarity Act and across a couple different emerging markets. How do you think overall the regulatory landscape has benefited and improved, but also has a little bit of ways to go?
I mean, the regulatory market has unlocked a lot of liquidity, right? Has unlocked institutions. But the big players are now coming into crypto, right? It's much harder for a startup. Startup's all about disruption. It's changing the game. It's asking for forgiveness, not permission. Whereas the pension funds and the big institutions out there, they're all asking for permission first. And they have the power to do so, right? They have the footprint. They have the lobbying power, and startups, you don't spend money on lobbying. You worry about growing your business. That's all you care about. And so you don't really care about those aspects. And so the game's just changed significantly, but it allows for startups to focus on different areas. What are those different areas, right? And I think for me, the simplest element is innovation. As smaller companies, you need to innovate faster and get distribution before the incumbents get innovation. And the incumbents are starting to get the innovation as it relates to crypto. And we're just in that transition phase. So we need to sort of find new areas to get the distribution with new innovative products. And and so that's the challenge. And that's the big shift that I'm seeing now.
Yeah, the year-over-year appetite is just night and day difference, and driven by the new administration and its approach to the regulatory environment. I mean, Atkins today just said crypto is his main focus. That is a complete turnaround in many ways. And from the institutional perspective, I mean, banks are now issuing their own stablecoins or saying that they will. We're seeing asset managers now start to tokenize more and more funds. But really, banks and asset managers now see an environment where they can really lean forward with regulatory clarity coming with the Genius Act, with the Clarity Act, particularly in the US. And now those institutions are looking to people like these companies here on the stage to help provide them the infrastructure and services to bring those assets on chain so they can reach these now global investors that they have not really been able to tap into before. And that also means that they are now taking their traditional financial products, putting them on chain on an entirely new tech stack, and these are very differentiated from how the products are used, how they're accessed. And so it's really night and day given where I think we were as an industry years back. The institutions are really moving ahead quite full steam.
Yeah, definitely it feels like the floodgates have been opened in this past year.
Yeah, I think what you're doing, I mean, it's like you're using the blockchain. I mean, financial services has never seen any innovation like they're experiencing right now, I think.
And the speed at which they're happening, absolutely.
And they can't keep up with that speed, right? So they need nimble companies that are more agile, can adapt, and have it in their DNA to work with this new infrastructure, right? They don't have that.
I mean, they need kind of all three components here, right? Yeah. They need the tokenization infrastructure, they need the pricing, they need the wallets for how do they actually have these assets reach the end retail users that they're looking for, be those retail or institutional.
Yes, I want to add one thing is we have the distribution. So our concern actually, I think Genius Act actually I think has cleared the path I think for stablecoin. But as a distributor, I think when we're talking about tokenized equities, still I think a lot of solution and currently I think in the markets require KYC. So as a self-custodian wallets, I think we have to make a decision whether we should be maintained independent or actually I think we should do KYC I think on our users so that I think allowing them to use the new type of features and product thing currently I think in the market tokenized equity. So this is something we are still trying to figure out, especially I think we don't have a lot of clarity I think in the US. So even though I think we are able to offer, for example, our RWA product, tokenized equity, we might not be able to kind of do it in the U.S. first. We might have to do it elsewhere, without kind of strict kind of security regulations. So this is the area I think we would like to see more clarity, as a distributor, I think in the industry.
So I just tell you my experience in KYC. I have a Bitstamp account that I've had since 2013. And, I just went through a KYC. They blocked all my assets for literally a whole month, going through every single step of where your money was from, how did you earn it, what did you do, where did it come from, proof of funds, proof of address, proof of everything. And it was just really, now I've shut down that account.
So this is not very Web3, right?
I don't think, it's just, it's just become such a bad user experience in terms of how you do KYC. You can just see some lawyers come in, Okay, they just got acquired, so they're going through a whole, which is maybe not a bad thing, because they haven't done anything for the last 10 years maybe. But how do you manage a more AI-related agentic solution that allows you to interact with me in a friendly user experience to get and identify this wallet belongs to Stefan, you can see he's got these other wallets, and with the blockchain being so open and transparent, you already have access to that, right? You already see who owns, on Bitcoin wallets, I mean, we know who owns all the Bitcoins pretty much out there. I mean, there's nothing hidden anymore. And so, yeah, I just find it very, we need to find new ways from a user experience to not provide that sort of bad, and Shapeshift, I don't know if you remember Shapeshift. They shifted, Shapeshift was a big exchange in the decentralized exchange, no KYC, and then they got a lot of regulatory pressure, and then they went KYC, they lost all their users. Literally, they killed the whole business. So it's a very hard, it's a challenging topic because the incumbents, of course, they all want KYC because that's a moat for having KYC'd user, and they have a metric that they're measured on, value per KYC'd user, right? What's the, I don't know what the lifetime value, it's called, LTV of a KYC'd user.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the fact that we probably wouldn't have been asking the same question a year ago on stage and have people interested in talking about it. And the fact that that poses an entirely new kind of dichotomy between what are the safeguards to protect consumers and at the, user level versus how do we also open it up for enterprises, government entities, also emerging markets like we've been discussing in different countries. So yeah, I think the interoperability and the convenience meets the how do we protect and what that would kind of look like, alternatives to KYC, definitely leads into my next question that I want to talk about with you guys. Let's look ahead a little bit into the next 2 to 3 years. We've talked a lot about user experience. How or what sort of financial products or applications or user interfaces do you think we could see or maybe should see in the next couple of years? Ando, I'd love to start with you here, Ben, to kind of hear what you guys are working on. But yeah, maybe you can start us off there and just how do we sort of see it evolving in order to fit this demand for stablecoins and real world assets that we're seeing? And how do we meet it at the pace that Stefan was talking about, where startups are sort of in this race to innovate as we're also getting all of these regulatory clarity happening at the same time. So next 2 to 3 years, what are we looking at?
Yeah, I think you should work backwards from like what the pain points are for users today. And so, let's take, for example, if you're a user today in a traditional brokerage, there's not really an easy way for you to cross-collateralize a loan from one brokerage counts your assets in another, right? Your assets are not really interoperable from one brokerage to another. And that's because they have their own kind of siloed data of how they store user information. And this is where DeFi becomes such a compelling kind of future use case for RWAs, be those like equities or ETFs. Imagine you can, cross-collateralize your tokenized stocks or ETFs, right? And so we see DeFi built RWA use cases as a pretty strong future. But I would even take it a step further and say it's not really even just the retail users, right? We should think about in the next 2 to 3 years the applications perspective, right? And so, Sai mentioned MetaMask has like 30 million monthly active users, right? Robinhood has like 27 million total funded accounts. In crypto, there's like 400 million wallets out there. The scale and size here is so big. And for many younger generation retail investors, crypto is their first entry point into investing, right? And the traditional brokerages, financial applications are like starting to realize that they can no longer only offer their assets, and they need to think about like how they can engage with crypto services. And on the flip side, both wallets, exchanges, I think are going to begin integrating and supporting tokenized versions of many different types of tokenized assets so that they will no longer be a crypto wallet or a crypto exchange because they'll be able to offer and will be offering both crypto assets and traditional financial products side by side. And so like the mental concept is that the lines are really blurring here, and it's no longer enough to only offer one asset class, right? So I think the concept of this convergence is really happening. The crypto wallets and crypto applications are realizing they got to add, traditional financial assets, and on the other end of the spectrum, traditional brokerages, et cetera, are starting to realize like they need to offer crypto. And so we're really starting to see all that come together. So the next couple of years, you're really going to see kind of this comprehensive kind of portfolio of assets and products that applications is just going to be offering their users.
Yeah, I don't know. I was actually smiling very hard at that answer because I am one of those young users that started investing in crypto, and that was my gateway to investing in other assets, and been doing it for years, and hearing that sort of...
There you go.
Exactly. All in the same place, it makes sense intuitively, and sort of how we use those analogies to kind of place the two, not only for the user experience and the education side, but then to actually make it possible and convenient and all located under the control of the user, I think is a very good point too. And the how you mentioned the collaboration and the interoperability and the convergence, I think especially how we're making it most convenient and accessible, that will come through. And Sai, how do you think that relates? You brought up, Ben, the 30 million users monthly. How do you think from your side the next 2 to 3 years looks like?
A couple of observations. One is we probably would see the convergence between the traditional financial institution offering versus the crypto native such as the MetaMask in the next couple of years. So our long-term vision is we want to be the kind of the consumer financial wealth management kind of one-stop solutions, kind of skewing towards more traditional wealth management type products, but on chain. So this is kind of our long-term vision. But we are actually, I think, seeing a lot of the traditional financial institutions like Citi, BOA. They are trying to offer cryptos products at the same time. So I think we probably would see this, that converge. I think between the traditional and the crypto native. The second observation is something I mentioned before, the large e-commerce players. I think they're going to use tokenizations RWA to disrupt the supply chain finance. So we've been actually talking about supply chain finance disruption, I think, through blockchain for many years. But I think after the Genius Act, I think we probably will see this happening sooner than expected. Amazon, definitely, I think they're testing out their stablecoin kind of settlement with all their suppliers and also the SMEs. Not just Amazon, I think JD, Alibaba, I think they're also working on their own stablecoin as well, I think within the Greater China region. So yeah, I think this is kind of something I expect to see in the next couple of years.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you for that. And Stefan, how about you? And especially, I just want to touch on the fact that none of this would be possible without the trusted verified data, and passionately at IoTeX, that's something that's part of our infrastructure. And so how do you think, from your guys' perspective, you make that clear to people from the user experience, and what those next 2 to 3 years looks like with these applications and services?
So we have a philosophy that if you can measure it, you can trade it, right? So how do we make these products tradable? Today, in an ETF, for example, you need $1 million, you need a year to launch a product, and you haven't even got product market fit. Then you need to run it through sales channels, and you need to get it out to market. And what we can do in crypto land, we can launch it instantaneously. We can validate it. We can create a liquidity pool instantly. People can trade it as a synthetic asset. And then ultimately, if that gets adoption, then we can worry about bringing that to the traditional world and through the traditional models. But hopefully by some point, those will then, thanks to tokenized stocks and tokenized assets, we can already blend those in and have them tradable as crypto assets on chain. And so we'll see a whole new set of product in the market, and futures are going to move on chain faster than any other than spot products.
No, I love that, especially the crypto land, where it feels too good to be true. And when you try to explain it to someone, it's like, no, I'm serious. This is happening right now, and it's been happening.
But look at IoTeX. You capture weather data. I can now bet on the weather. I'm a farmer. I can hedge myself against my crop. If I'm a farmer in Brazil, if it rains too much, my coffee's going to be amazing. So the price of coffee is going to go down. Do I want to sell them in the future? So all of a sudden, everybody will be able to trade on weather. and then find alternative assets to go into. And that can be, around all sorts of other things that we'll be able to trade on, and everybody will be able to participate in that without having to go through 7 middlemen or toll takers before it gets to a broker who's connected to the CME and knows how to work it through that system, right? And I think that's the beauty.
Yeah, 100% agree, and kind of closes the loop on that innovation too of what's possible. In addition to the weather, like mobility data, energy, how can we incentivize clean energy, share it with your neighbors, all these things that feel so altruistic and optimistic, I would say, are finally sort of becoming a reality.
So there's a UK company, they just launched Octopus, I think it's called, and what they do is you can charge your car up, and then you can sell the energy from your car, the unused electricity, you can sell it into the grid at some other spot. So yeah, so you're actually already, you get it, charge it up overnight where the electricity price is cheap, and then share it into the grid when the prices are higher.
No, absolutely. I mean, could not be more of an exciting time right now, and the convergence now of this, real-world assets, Deepen, and also AI. We could not talk more about it and how they're actually all going to play a role. So just to wrap up here, I want to do one final speed round and do a quick, bold prediction. So if we were to reconvene here with us in 5 years down the line, what is your bold prediction for stablecoins and their global demand, or real-world assets?
5 years? I don't know. I think this $2 trillion in 2 years. I think that's where the stablecoin industry is going to be. Today, it's about just shy of 300 billion. So that's greater than 10x in 2 years. So that's not quite a 10x, but nearly a 10x.
Yeah. And as you said, if you can measure it, you can trade it. Exactly. So there we go. I like the number prediction.
I would not be surprised if we saw the TVL of a single, for example, ETF eclipse all of DeFi's TVL today. I mean, when you think about how deeply liquid U.S. capital markets are, we are barely scratching the surface today. So I would say the growth and adoption of these assets as this convergence happens is going to take people by surprise probably much faster than they expect.
Love it. That's a great one.
Well, I kind of agree. So I just read a report from Citi. So they also then gave us the number of 2-3 trillion, I think, in the next 2-3 years. Mainly because they expect the traditional financial institutions, they're gonna kind of accelerate the adoption of stablecoin. They're currently kind of also exploring something called tokenized deposits. So they're trying to convert their consumer deposits into something tradables on blockchain. So assuming 10% of the existing global kind of deposits to become stable coins, that's the 2-3 trillion, this number. So I think the traditional financial institutions are gonna kind of accelerate the whole adoption.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you guys so much. I definitely am excited to circle back in 5 years. I will be texting you guys and seeing if our predictions came true. I will be throwing a personal one in there, and I am going to say at least someone in my family who's non-crypto native will be confidently talking to me about stablecoins, owning them, and trading them. It's what I'm going with. Right now, I'm the only one, so that's for everyone there. But overall, yeah, I think great conversation. And as mentioned, we covered the adoption side, the data, the infrastructure, how all these pieces tie together. So I really appreciate you guys coming out here today and talking about all of this and sharing your experience. So can we give a round of applause for our panelists here?
Thank you. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. I'm actually going to stay up here real quick and introduce our next panel. Yeah, thank you guys so much. We're going to head right into the collaboration, alignment, and future of real-world AI. Really excited about this one and the panelists that we have. I would like to start by introducing Jing Sun, co-founder of IoTeX. We also have Mark Rydon, founder of Aether. Toby Skinner, co-founder of Nubula. And last but definitely not least, our moderator, Ben Schiller, the managing editor of CoinDesk, who also has been moderating some great sessions and great conversations already. So definitely stick around. You do not want to miss this one.
All right. Thank you, Claire, for the introduction. I just want to say a shout out to Jing here and your team for a great event. Thank you so much. It's been great food, great panelists, great programming. So congratulations. We're joined by Mark from Aether. We've appeared on a few panels together, so I feel pretty comfortable with you. And Toby. Jing, do you want to just give us a quick précis of what you do and IoTeX?
Yeah, for sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Jean. I'm one of the co-founders of IoTeX. So for the people who know us, we used to be a leader modular platform for dipping, but now we kind of put all the dipping layer together and then feed into all the kind of AI system. So for the real world AI, and together with a lot of collaborators like Aether, Nubila, and many, many more. Yeah. So happy to put together this event for all of our ecosystem and also the partner. And I feel like today I learned a lot from a lot of those kind of insightful discussions and conversations. And I hope, everyone can also have some kind of insights from it. Yeah.
1000%. Mark?
Yeah, Mark here, co-founder of Aether. At Aether, we build distributed GPU infrastructure for AI companies. You can think of us like a Google Cloud or an AWS, except we focus exclusively on enterprise-grade GPUs, and we don't actually own any of those GPUs ourselves. We're deep in that sense. Many people think of us like an Airbnb for data centers. Effectively, any latent compute that sits out there in the world can very quickly, in a matter of clicks, onboard that compute into our network. We're now sitting at around 200 plus data centers in over 93 different countries. So very, very exciting time for us, and thank you again for having us.
Toby.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you IoTeX for hosting. It's an incredible event. I'm Toby Skinner. I'm the co-founder of Nubila. We are building the physical perception layer for AI and DeFi. We're doing this through building the largest decentralized network of weather and environmental data. So essentially what we're doing is taking real-world environmental signals and converting them into on-chain, machine-readable insights to drive the autonomous AI community, as well as enterprise, government, and a lot of traditional industries.
Okay, great. So this concept of real AI, as I understand it, historically, the models out there of AI have been trained on historical data, but the new world we're entering into is going to be much more about real-time environmental data, data from deep-in networks, ambient data. Just explain what you think, how you think about that shift, Jing.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like, right now, most of people excited, and every day you are using like large language model, powered GPT, and all those type of agent, right? But most of those data still, they are running on top of synthetic data or like, historical data, right? They can give you, they are a great kind of assistant for give you the information, but they are not really can help you to get access to the real, what's happening in the real world, real time. And so that, to make you do the prediction and also like learn directly from the live data to help you make the decision and action, right? So, but can you imagine like if we can really have this access of those type of data, it basically can unlock so many different type of the real world use cases, and your AI agent will become so powerful. They're not only like, give you the advice, for the information, but it really can be your automative like assistant, right? So we already see there's not only the trend, what's happening, right? Real world data are, inevitable to be the major data source and to empower the new generation of AI systems. But right now there's a huge gap, how for the access to those data. And what IoTeX is doing, we provide this open platform for all those like collaborators builders to contribute and to really kind of like, define the new standard and the new principle so that, we can make this real-world AI ecosystem accessible to everyone.
How do you see the combination of deep in or environmental data and AI systems?
Yeah, so really, the real benefits of real-world AI is that you're not, AI models are not thinking in simulation. They are acting on real-world physical signals. And by collecting, validating, and storing on-chain, you have that consensus and trustless environment for AI agents to autonomously kind of work and take action, whether that's dynamic pricing for like energy trading, machine to machine. So that's really the real power of real-world value. So some examples would be like triggering parametric insurance, paying out on weather derivatives. The weather prediction market is massive. So yeah, and also for any kind of investment, kind of building dynamic risk modeling, whether that's for the energy, insurance, agriculture, logistics. I could talk all day about it, but there's just so many real world applications.
What does it mean for you, Mark?
Yeah, I think when we take a look at AI, there's a couple of different buckets that the use cases kind of fall into. Obviously, the biggest one that maybe the majority of people would interact with on a regular basis is kind of the ChatGPT style interaction, right? And those models are getting more and more performative, right? More and more able to answer complex problems. And there's a huge number of use cases that are solved just by having a more performant model, right? I think this week in particular, we've seen a lot of really interesting advancements made in the field of mathematics that has previously been maybe an area that AI had been less good at, right? But that doesn't necessarily need real world mathematics data being like plugged in, right? It's more about just the capability of that independent model, right? And its ability to process and kind of understand its context. But outside of that, there's a huge number of different scenarios where being plugged into real world data is so critical, right? Whether it's financial data and you need to know something that's kind of real time, but also as you start to kind of think about more specialized models that are more appropriate for specific use cases, whether it's a medical related model or a legal related model, it's pretty obvious that they need access to specific types of data, and being up to date in that data is almost as important as being able to correctly process that data. So I think this idea of connecting AI to the real world and the data that exists out in that real world is crucial. And that's not even getting into robotics and the world of robotics that are kind of going to be unlocked and really need access to that physical world to even start to comprehend and understand their environment.
Jing, do you want to talk about robotics? I mean, just try and sort of conceptualize it for our audience. What does this mean for us?
Yeah, for sure, right? So I think, Mark just touched on that. Right now, people are only talking about the large language model. But what's the future? Or even like the near future in the next, I would say like 3-5 years, I think most important part will be domain-specific multi-modal model. And we call it a real-world model. Yeah, so today, actually, we just, officially launched a foundry called Real World AI Foundry, together with, over 18 AI companies, enterprises, and also, blockchain associations, including like Acer and Nubila as one, two of our launching partners. The reason why we are doing that, we are seeing like, real world data is important, right? But we not end here. More important, like we leverage on those real world data and get into the real world model. And what this model means, it's not like large language model. This model will be training the data directly from the sensors, devices, machine, GPUs. And then it's not only about the language text, but actually it's about all type of like videos, like, pictures and like,
unstructured data.
Yeah. And those data, like, right now we have such a huge gap, of the data set comparing to the large language model. We can have such huge, like, thousands years of the literacy we can train. But for all those kind of multi-model data, we need to kind of train on the sensor data or like, live data or like, with the human kind of interaction, right? Those data are kind of huge data set, but, we don't really have the access. Without kind of deeping way, it's very hard for us to like, get those data and data training, at scale, right? So that's one thing. Another thing, like, why we do that, only like those robotics, we see all those kind of humanoid robots or like a functional robot, how we make it really work, all those kind of, robotics, they need to have huge kind of data points, to train them, right? And each of them, just like, Mark mentioned, it's kind of health, some of them are health specific, some of them are like, have very specific domain to train, right? And how we do that, large language model cannot work. It's verticalized, right? You need kind of specialized like group of collaborators, just like, go for these specific use cases and train those, those models and based on specific, like CPU resources and specific kind of data sources. So that's why we feel like, in this area, yes, it's still kind of emergent sector, but with huge, huge kind of potential. And also, we see there's a kind of very clear purpose, for human interests, right? So, yeah, so that's what we are, very excited about.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, it makes so much sense that AI is really good at writing and it's really good at code, right? Because obviously there's so much of that to feed into the model to help it understand and progress, right? There's nowhere near that amount of data for anything visual, right? Or understanding the real world. And even if you think about all of the pictures, right? There's, big data deals have been done with like Shutterstock for all of their images, right? So let's say there's 10 million pictures of bananas, right? You'd think, oh, AI can, now learn what a banana looks like. But AI doesn't know that that's a banana, right? You have to tell it that's a banana. So you have to take all of these pictures, right? And then you have to label them and add context and actually verbally in language explain what that image is to AI. And all of these data sets that we have, even all of the video data that's on YouTube, for example, despite the fact that it's a big database of information, it's not ingestible, right? So it's a really kind of interesting and emergent space, and it's the combination of kind of plugging in data, but also making that data accessible and quantifiable and contextual to AI as well.
So Toby, why did you want to join this alliance? How do you see it working?
Yeah, because for us to turn these real-world environmental signals into this on-chain machine-readable intelligence, like there's a very complex, multi-layered kind of data lifecycle. It starts with collection on the device, then we need to transmit the data, validate the data, aggregate, assetize, store, distribute, and then there's the application layer. So, we can't be managing that entire life cycle. So, it starts with IoTeX, gives each of our device unique on-chain secure identity. We definitely need help on the compute side because AI for weather forecasting is incredibly transformative. It used to take 6 hours to run an old school numerical model, which meant the data was 6 hours old when you got an output. So it's amazing that you can run a global forecast model in seconds. However, unfortunately, that is so tempting for all the big weather companies, Google, NVIDIA, like they can therefore run AI, the forecast model so fast. It's ironic, right, that as weather, climate tech companies, they're, really jeopardizing the environment by the compute. So if we can work with Mark and Ether more, that will just be incredible. And then, it starts with IoTeX, and then actually on the application side, we're working with Bino AI, IoTex's collaboration with Eliza OS. We launched our own weather AI agent a few months ago. And so, yeah, this collaboration is just critical.
So how will that change the experience of weather forecasting for a consumer?
Well, once, as we are building and scaling, getting critical mass, we're going to be able to be much more accurate on a hyper-local level. Using the token incentives. So I built the largest centralized weather network at Weather Underground, wonderground.com. We had 250,000 community members with their own weather stations contributing data, which is amazing, but we were really concentrated in large, highly affluent parts of the world. We had virtually no data in the whole continent of Africa, India, South America, and the deep-in model takes away the cost burden because people can buy the sensor and get their money back and even drive passive income. So we can really fill in the gaps and give, it's in terms of kind of real impact in the world. Of course, we have to focus on economic resilience and helping companies make smarter decisions to, minimize economic loss. But for me personally, having worked in weather for 20 years, it's the human resilience that's even more satisfying and why I get out of bed and go to work feeling we need the one day weather forecast in Africa. This is anecdotal, but this came from Google forecast team. The one-day forecast in Africa is as reliable as a 7-day forecast in the US. And if you live in the US, 7-day forecasts are pretty terrible, right? So the WMO estimates quicker severe weather alerts, and we all know, unfortunately, that climate change is making severe weather more, events more, all the time we see it. They estimate we're going to save 230,000 lives a year.
Wow. So this is serious business.
Yeah.
So just I'm interested in this. So what's going on here, and how much does this cost? What does it do?
Yeah. So we have got 22,000 stations deployed already. It collects wind data, wind speed, temperature, humidity, air pressure, and UV. And this is our first model. We manufacture them ourselves, and we have really exciting pipeline of new sensors, air quality, pollen. We're definitely going to get into soil, water. We really just want to be the eyes and ears for AI through all environmental data. And then we also have 16,000 validator node operators that help us bring the signals on chain.
And how much does this cost?
So yeah, these are currently $300. And yeah, we have a TGE coming up very soon. Watch this space, but we are very confident within 3 to 6 months somebody will get an ROI, and then it's passive income. And they're contributing to building this incredible human and economic resilience.
So you just mentioned TGE. There was some news out of the US today about token sales, about tokens no longer being illegal in the US, or no longer being under threat of being prosecuted. So is that a big change? Is that a big deal?
For sure. It's really surprised. This morning I just see this news. Say SEC right now lift, security concern of, all the deeping tokens. So that's a huge win for the entire sector. And I have some kind of inside story, back in March. So we got invited by Blockchain Association, which is the major policy lobbyist or association, which is alliance, right? So in DC, and talking to all the policymakers or the federal senator. So they invited us to go to DC and say, hey, you are connecting to all those deeping builders, no matter if they are in specific energy, healthcare, weather, or a GPU, right? So we go there. And we kind of get 3 devices, carry them with me. And one of them is this Nubila weather station, right? And then it's the first time for those policymakers to hear about the term called deeping. And we are kind of working as a working group under the deeping, and then under this big alliance, and to try to push for different bills which are crypto or digital asset related, including the the Stablecoin Act, right? So it really works, I mean, just like when we are talking about the concept, they are still kind of like, okay, so they're trying to understand. But when we kind of bring those tangible devices in front of those kind of policymakers' eyes and say, hey, we are connected to hundreds of those deep networks. Each of them have a very specialized purpose and use cases. And each of those devices, you call it minor, but actually they are contributing the real world data into the network and make it public accessible so that they can kind of create all type of those application which is beneficial to everyone. And we feel like through all those conversation, like their eyes left, they feel, wow, yeah. So we didn't know, like we always thought like crypto. It's just like, all those things, like bad things, like money laundering, all the things. But actually, this is tangible, and they can understand it. And they can understand it's beneficial to the people, right? So I think through rounds of those kind of, education, and gradually, I feel the policymakers, they start to look at our sector differently.
It's amazing how lobbying works, and it's amazing that they're listening finally.
Yeah.
Yeah, similarly, I was lucky enough to give a speech at the Senate hearing for kind of bringing them this idea of DeepIn. And I think DeepIn is the Trojan horse for kind of getting red-pilled into crypto. It's such an easy concept for people to understand. It's like, oh, of course, it's very expensive to build infrastructure all over the world. If you can encourage a retail user to purchase one of these devices and then you share revenue with them, that's a great way to distribute your sensors. So I think this was fantastic as a mechanism to help them understand the value of crypto. I think it aligns very well with the ease of understanding that stablecoins provide these guys, and similarly DeepIn as well. Also, I think in the news of the last maybe week or two, we've seen a huge amount of information surrounding this robotics gap, this idea that China is so far ahead of the US from a manufacturing and a robotics perspective, and that the US needs to kind of catch up. So I mean, wait till they understand how relevant DeepIn is to robotics, right? That's kind of a narrative that I think they don't yet fully comprehend, and something that I think will be another reason for them to lean even further into the kind of DeepIn and adoption of crypto space. I guess, what does it mean for projects, this kind of this shift in legislation? I think for projects that are already up and running, maybe not so much. I think obviously that threat of kind of legal action has always kind of been around, but I think we were bullish enough on the sector that we went ahead and did what we did anyway. But I think this is really good for new projects, right? People that were considering building now look at this space and say, okay, DeepIn is a safe sector for me to launch a project in the US. And I think that's, and the token, exactly. And that's super exciting. And hopefully it also gives VCs and capital, more excuses or less of an excuse to opt out, for example, of funding great projects.
All right, so we don't have too much time left. Just give us a kind of, crystal ball sort of look forward to the future. Give us a sense of where we're going to be in 2 or 3 years' time, Jane, in this real AI economy.
Yeah, for sure. I would say, optimistically, I would say like in 2 and 3 years, like we will all start to enjoy the benefit from the real world AI application level. It's no more just like a futuristic thing, but you can really on your kind of fingertip, you can just RWA financial, the financialization right now, stablecoin really unlock the RWA tokenization possibility, and which means for everyday people, they are very accessible to those token-based or on-chain-based financialization tools, and also all the we will see a lot of on-chain agentic financial market will be happening, and then if they are easy to use for your everyday life. Definitely, they has to be accessible to the real world data. So you will see, the real world data are no more just stay there, or stay on the centralized, companies. every single people, they can either contribute the real world data and then to earn or got rewarded, or they just like, benefit from directly, conveniently, use a agentic, AI, like agentic kind of applications and access those data and to do their kind of on-chain financialization, things. And so that's kind of the more near term, right? So for more futuristic things, we definitely already see like for the robotics, future, you will see like more and more like data set, real world data set will be fit into this data training for robotics. And you will see like all the robotics right now, they are still kind of, not really kind of, intelligent enough or reactive enough. And then they will be able to functionally, to serve the specific kind of purpose of your life. Right? So we are already seeing like, if you are focused on a specific domain and, have collected enough data to train the specific task, and the robotics actually, they are getting smarter and smarter very, very quickly.
Right.
Yeah, so we will not see, I will not say like, humanoid, robotics will be coming so soon, but you will see a lot of like robotic assistant will be coming based on all the deeping, based GPU and the data intelligence.
So presumably all these kind of niche terms like deepin, crypto even will become just part of the economy, right? It won't be sort of a niche sort of crypto thing anymore. What do you think?
Yeah, 100%. I think that deepin as a category within crypto, within the next 5 years, will be approaching maybe $1 trillion, right? I think that'll be driven heavily by the data needs of AI and the ongoing diversity of those data requirements and this inevitable massive push that robotics will have on global manufacturing.
In 3 years, you're going to have one of these in every corner of the world?
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, yeah, very, very much so. And I think not just the weather data, but all kinds of environmental sensors. And I think, a really good example of these agentic AI economies is like energy trading. I think that's just around the corner where we can help homeowners estimate their solar output, or even more crucially, large utility solar companies. So we can, on the supply side, we can predict how much energy they have to sell. And then on the buy side, huge energy consumers, we can help them with load forecasting, estimate the demand, how much energy that they need, and help with dynamic pricing and kind of meet them in the middle.
Balancing the grid.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And obviously, energy is becoming very, thankfully, thanks to all the renewable energy, it's very fragmented and complicated. And these AI agents will be able to kind of, simplify it by trading on our behalf.
Well, you heard the future right here, so thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Great job. Thanks. See you again, Mark.
Yeah,
Probably see you on the next panel.
Absolutely. Well done, as always. Thanks, man.
All right, we're going to get started in just a couple minutes here. As some people are coming in, we took a short break. We are going to have a great panel coming up next on bridging AI and real-world assets. So if you're on the live stream, give us a couple minutes to get ready. If you're here, filter in, grab a coffee, grab a drink. We'll get started soon. How's everyone doing today? Good? Does anyone have a favorite session they've attended so far today? Best answer, you win. All right. All right, perfect. Just a couple minutes, and then we'll go ahead and get started, and we will be right back. Thank you guys for being here, and we're happy to bring you guys a couple more panels. This one will be with Galaxy, Hedera, and Bullish. Don't miss a fireside chat with Vodafone, and definitely don't miss a panel coming up later, investing at the frontier of real-world assets and AI. And especially stay tuned as we conclude our agenda today. We will be announcing the winners from today's earlier Crypto's Got Talent live show. Thank you to our sponsor, 0G, and thank you to our nearly 20 projects that presented today. And we're very, very excited to say we will be announcing the winner on the main stage at the end of today, for part of a prize pool of $500,000, and definitely you'll want to see who the winner was. We had a rotating panel of judges today, and it was really amazing to get a lot of Q&A and a lot of great pitches from amazing projects that are innovating very, very fast. So as I mentioned, we'll go ahead and get started in a couple minutes. Grab a drink, grab a seat, and we'll be back in a few. Thank you, guys. All right, we're going to get started in a minute or two. Thank you guys so much for holding tight. We're very excited about this next panel, so come on in, take a seat, grab a drink. It's definitely going to be a great conversation. Awesome. Thank you, guys. This panel is Bridging AI and Real-World Assets for Enterprises. So we are going to hear some great perspectives, starting off greatly moderated by the one and only Ben Schiller, editor from CoinDesk. Thank you very much. And our guests today are Thomas Cohen, head of tokenization at Galaxy, Jeffrey Chu, VP of Hedera Foundation, Peter Fitzpatrick, director of Bullish. Everyone give our panelists and moderator a great round of applause.
All right, well, thanks for making it this far, everybody, and for everybody who's listening at home. And we've got a great panel here on a very important topic. A lot of people think that tokenization really is going to be like crypto. So, I mean, the first phase of crypto is going to be about native assets, but the next big phase is going to be about tokenizing things that kind of already exist and putting them on chain. So Thomas Cowen is one of the leading lights in this space. Works for Galaxy, big, systemically important company in crypto. So Thomas, why don't you start us off and give us a kind of, the big picture here about tokenization. It kind of starts with stablecoins, which are now very much legitimated with the Genius Act. Where do we go from here in terms of tokenization into the future of the space?
Yeah, first, thank you so much for having us, Ben. I'm really excited to be here. I think tokenization is one of those buzzwords that we've kind of heard at almost every cycle since, for the past decade or so. And given the regulatory clarity, given the improvements in the technology and the smart contracts specifically, and the fact that we now have real capital coming in from traditional financial institutions, you put those three things together, and it means that from a kind of tokenization angle, we really see a lot of momentum that we haven't seen in previous cycles. And so what that really means now that we have those three things together is we've seen stablecoins, clear product market fit for overseas dollar access, cross-border payments, and as a trading pairs for digitally native currencies such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other digital assets. We've seen product market fit with stables, and now people are kind of moving beyond that to money market funds, structured debt products, as well as tokenized equities. Lately, the past few months, people have really focused a lot on tokenization of stocks. And so, those four buckets are really where I see the industry moving quite quickly on the RWA side of things. And so at Galaxy, we're really excited about not only participating in that future, but pushing it forward now that we really have much more institutional capital coming on board. So, we're still maybe the second or third inning of this long-term adoption cycle, but we do think that with this cycle, with the tailwinds that we have, we think it's materially different than previous ones.
Jeffrey, just give us a sense of your job and what you do and where you see tokenization going in the future.
Sure. Again, I'm with the Hedera Foundation. Hedera is a layer 1 protocol. We've been around since 2018. And thanks to both, Galaxy specifically was one of our early supporters, like market making, et cetera. My role is to bring community, commerce, and capital to the ecosystem for Hedera. We started as an enterprise-focused chain, meaning that many of the use cases in its original form really focused towards solving company or corporate issues. So with that in mind, even our infrastructure, like the way that we operate our nodes, is run by a governing council of Fortune 500 companies, 39 to be exact. What that allows is, you have OFAC compliance, you have known actors running the nodes, which is essential for any institution, like running critical infrastructure. And then our fees are US dollar pegged, so there's no front running, there's also no surge pricing. So as a company, as a business, you can actually forecast and model your products and services built on chain. And the other thing is, we're interoperable, we're EVM compatible, and we're really focused towards bridging Web 2, Web 3. So even our technology stack Java, Node.js. Technically, what that means is you're already using it in your company, and you just start building on chain. And to answer your question about RWA, so my role is to look after APAC specifically, but I also cover Middle East and North Africa. Jurisdictionally speaking, I mean, these jurisdictions have been very active in trying to understand how to tokenize real estate, private markets, and we've been knee deep in that journey for the last couple of years. So, love to share a little bit about what we're doing in those jurisdictions later on.
Okay. Patrick, so we kind of worked together. Bullish is the owner of...
We did.
That's right. Bullish is the owner of CoinDesk, and you also recently went to IPO, so congratulations on that. How do you think about this topic of RWA and AI? What's your kind of take on that?
It's interesting. I think RWA today is kind of where AI will be in 3 years in terms of like actual adoption in crypto. Because I remember 3 years ago, people always used to speak about RWA as a way to unbound the TVL of DeFi and stop making the yields so kind of like internally generated, if that makes sense. And so I think RWA is actually like, progressing pretty quickly in terms of enterprise adoption. And I think it's coming in this barbell approach, where on one end of the barbell we have, stable coins and more stable assets like money market funds. But then on the other side of the barbell, you have what in my mind crypto has and is really about, which is people in Argentina preferring to use USDC instead of their native currency. And more ingratiation of it in the actual like real economy. So I guess how I think about this now at Bullish is I joined about 6 months ago, and I'm leading the effort in terms of asset listing. That asset listing is both a function of client demand, but also anticipating those demands. And so we get asked all the time about which are the most prevalent AI assets we should be looking at, and the same with RWA. Now, in terms of their intersection, I think the chief point where that will occur, and that is actually taking place right now, is deploying AI into yield optimization of RWA portfolios. So that is what I know is happening right now, but I think ultimately RWA is, I guess I'm just saying, at a more mature point than AI is in terms of its crypto adoption.
Okay. So Thomas, there's kind of big forces here of tokenization and AI. I mean, how do they kind of come together, and where does the rubber meet the road, to use a cliche?
Yeah, totally. I think those are two of the big buzzwords for 2025. I think at Galaxy, as you know, we're a crypto-focused merchant bank based in New York. Roughly 700 people, publicly traded on the Nasdaq. And so for us, we've been a historically very crypto-focused firm. Increasingly, because of the demand for compute and data center demand specifically by the big AI companies, we've actually pivoted the vast majority of our Bitcoin mining facilities to begin the process of becoming data centers for AI processing. And because of our access and our positioning in Texas specifically, and our the coming regulatory approvals that we're in the process of doing, it would mean that we have the potential to have north of 3 megawatts of potential compute capacity, which would mean it would be actually one of the biggest data centers in the United States. And so the timeline there is long, and there's a long road there. But what's important is that we're very well positioned to not only continue to lead the process on all things tokenization and crypto more broadly, but also on the AI side to be able to provide the infrastructure and the data center need that AI companies really have to be able to meet the moment. So Galaxy is uniquely positioned in both of those.
So data centers for AI are more profitable than mining centers?
One thing I will say is, given the volatile nature of Bitcoin has a lot of strengths, but stability is not one of them for now. And so what I will say is the nice thing about running an infrastructure business is that DCF is a little bit more, little easier to project into the future.
Right. Jeffrey, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously AI is as a meta, we as protocols and my peers, including, have tried to figure out how to support this meta. From the Hedera side, we've been working with some of our portfolio companies inside the grantees that we support. One of them is called Equity Labs. They've been working with Accenture, namely to integrate Hedera services into the next generation of NVIDIA as well as Intel GPUs and CPUs, and which is essential because provenance and tracking of AI models is actually very important. Because if you're going to do RWA on outputs from AI, it's intellectual property. Like one layer of that, and the other is if there's any type of royalty, AI as a service, or anything that you want to run as a new business model that does not exist today. And then you can have stablecoins tied to that as a paywall, right, to pay for those computations as they go. Only way to have this private market is if you have the ability to actually track from the origination, right? And so this is another area in which we've taken very seriously, and that's just one example of artificial intelligence plus Web3 enabling a new business model to exist.
Okay. So just look to the future and the combination of the ability to tokenize everything and the ability to make sense of everything very quickly with an AI system. What does that mean for the future of an agentic tokenized economy?
I think efficiency, to his point, is something that's coming up in a big way. So the largest sovereign wealth fund in the world, I believe it's either Norway or it's a Scandinavian sovereign wealth fund, recently made every portfolio manager use AI as a mandatory. The CIO literally said, if you do not use AI in your team, then you will never get promoted. And what they found is just using AI to carve through the hours of earnings call reports. It's really taking the work we all did as analysts and basically getting rid of it and creating efficiencies.
I mean, I think it's something even more provocative. I think that in a few years' time, people will just work for AI. You'll have AI only companies that people will work for, like Matrix style, right? And then why would that happen? I mean, you'd have blockchain, you have fractionalized payments for salaries and whatnot, and it would just be more efficient. People can actually roam around the world, work wherever they want, and have an AI boss that manages and orchestrates everything, right?
Well, Yatsu was on stage earlier, and he was making the point, well, we already work for the platform companies like Meta and Google, whatever, in the form of giving those platforms our data. What's the difference with working for an AI agent in the future?
I know it sounds dystopian, but I mean, in all fairness, I think that's just, to answer your question, it's one way that you have to rethink the new economy. And then it changes if you think like that, if that's the possibility in one day, then you focus on different things, right? And then as a protocol, we have to also ensure that fairness, privacy, and ownership, right? You're monetizing things that you couldn't monetize before. You're living a different life. So,
right. Yeah, just to piggyback on the ownership point that you made, I think one thing that I'm most excited about is that intersection between AI and blockchain, where it's so easy to create content using AI now. And so increasingly, we're going to have to shift towards how do you protect the underlying IP and be able to track it. And blockchains are perfect for that. And so I think that will be one of the biggest adaptations that we'll see over time. And we're still in early stages of that, but I do think that in the coming year or two, I hope to see that really begin to kind of move up the adoption curve.
Right. I mean, in a world in which we can tokenize everything, I mean, tokenize our own personal data or tokenize this conversation, you're going to need a blockchain to do that, to prove the provenance that you really said what you said today.
Yeah, and I think one thing I'm excited for is, I've been in this space for a long time, and I'm looking forward to the day when I don't have to talk about tokenized debt or tokenized equity. I can just talk about debt and equity because the underlying technology will fall away and no one will know. It's the way I look at it, it's similar to encryption, where no one talks about how all of their texts are encrypted or how Facebook uses encryption for everything. It just works. And that should be the way that blockchains are to enable that next wave of adoption, whether that be AI or other technology as well.
Yeah, I like the point you made on like legitimizing data, because right now when I scroll through any feed, typically I will actually have to ask myself whether this is AI generated or not. It's not necessarily useful in telling me what is the truth and what isn't. So I think I'm waiting for like this flippening moment when AI actually makes me more sure of the truth and of, is this from a legitimate source, rather than was this just generated, by my friends to confuse me.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this quote from Edward Snowden, a rather controversial figure, but he said, in a world of endless bullshit, being able to prove that something is true is a non-trivial thing. So, and that's what a blockchain is. It's prove that something is true or not. Let's stop the conversation.
Yeah,
that was supposed to be a conversation starter.
You're preaching to the choir over here. Yeah. We agree. Yeah.
So, good. All right, so final thoughts on this question of the collision of RWA and AI.
Maybe, this is a fringe opinion, but I see AI today like I saw crypto 4 or 5 years ago, where you have businesses that just slap on the label, like lemonade stand, but make it crypto. And so I think, while we need to ask ourselves the question, like, is this truly applicable and does it truly increase, the value of this enterprise? I think that's a question that a lot of investors are asking about AI assets right now. But all the same, I think that question will last less long than it did in crypto as an AI, because you're already seeing such massive enterprise adoption of AI. Like 3 weeks ago at Bullish, we rolled out a full suite of AI tools for every single team, and it's not like it's window dressing either. Like it's extremely mandatory, and so I don't think you'll have this like multi-year period of ideation and trial and error and market cycles. I think, it'll be sooner rather than later would be the main difference.
Do you think we're in a bit of a bubble in AI, though? I mean, some of these valuations
perhaps,
are crazy.
Perhaps a bubble, but like if you compare the bubble of, not the bubbles, but I guess if you compare asset premiums in crypto relative to their adoption 4 years ago, and then you compare asset premiums in AI versus their relative adoption today, I think there's more of a spread 4 years ago, if that makes sense.
Yep.
AI is an interesting one, right? It's seen as a national security thing. So without getting into more controversy, I'd say like if the continuous development of AI and its advances, people have to talk to each other, like both from the developer level all the way to the government level. Because when you have an AI race, funny things can happen. Artificial general intelligence, if not managed properly, can become something dangerously uncontrollable. So while blockchain serves as a medium and a mechanism to keep that in check, it can only do so much. So yeah, one final thought is harmonization, standards, and cooperation is very important.
So one thing that I'll note is the past few years, these two major technologies have been running in parallel. We've seen AI, it's demonstrated its the way that it can really transform information and analyze information in ways we haven't seen throughout humanity in the past. And we've seen blockchains are a new way to store and move value in a way that we truly haven't seen since the creation of currency thousands of years ago, right? So we're finally at the point where both of these technologies hopefully will come together in a way to really transform, vast parts of our economy. And so very excited to see where we are. And I think we're early enough that there are, more questions than answers at this point. But I think through dialogues like this, we can kind of begin to uncover them and move both industries forward.
Right. Just a question of tokenized equities. I mean, how far is that going to go, do you think?
Love that one. I will say, just a plug, we did tokenize our stock about 6 weeks ago. And so we're very excited to have done that in the US. I think it's going to be one of those classic S-curves where now people are beginning to do it, now that we're close to getting regulatory clarity. And the structure that Galaxy chose to do, not using an SPV, so the token itself is the share itself directly from the underlying transfer agent. That means that we think that it's well positioned to scale more broadly for other stocks in the economy. And so while we're still early and we look at it more as an initial project to demonstrate to the market and to regulators that this is a structure we think is the one we'll go, we still have a long adoption curve, and you know, the most risk-on companies and most innovative companies will start similar to Galaxy, and then I think over time we'll see the more traditional ones jump on board when they see the additional liquidity, transparency, settlement, and you know, distribution ability that this technology can offer for their share classes.
And so you think that's broadening access to your stock?
I think today, I mean, it's still limited and still early days, but I think when people think about tokenizing equities more broadly, you can think of a handful of benefits. The two that I would raise, to your point, is overseas access for people who might not be able to spin up their brokerage account and you know, buy NVIDIA or buy Google stock, people in emerging economies, for example. And the other one would be just a more efficient method of settlement. So today, if I were to open my Robinhood account and purchase Google stock, it would go between roughly 8 to 10 intermediaries before it finally settles.
8 to 10 meters?
Yeah, just because of the custodians and the banks and all of that. And so while that system on the front end is very efficient for me as the user, it does mean that each of those players is involved in that transaction. And so the nice thing about blockchain is it has the potential to create efficiencies there, and then those companies that today have a key role in the, you know, settlement process can now kind of shift their you know, their roles to be able to better serve the clients. And we've seen technological adoption happen over and over and over throughout the financial industry. And every time the products become better, faster, cheaper, and end clients benefit. And I see this technology as no different.
All right, great. Well, thanks so much, guys, for being here, and thank you all too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, all right. Thank you guys so much for being here today. We have one more very exciting panel ahead of us. Definitely one you won't want to miss. So as always, grab some food, grab a drink, and come hang out. We're going to be hearing from some investors in just half a second. I'll be right back. Awesome. Thank you. I'm excited to announce today's final panel, Investing at the Frontier of Real-World Assets and AI. Guests today are Mike, the general partner of Lattice Capital, Sue, investment partner at ArcStream Capital, Alvin, founding partner at Summer Capital, and moderated by Paulina, the marketing and partnership lead at Cointelegraph. Please give everyone a round of applause.
Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to see all of you today at our panel, Investing at the Frontier of RWA and AI. My name is Paulina, I'm Marketing and Partnerships Manager at Cointelegraph, and I'm really happy to see Mike and Alvin today. So could you please introduce yourself and tell more about your companies?
Thanks. Yeah, thank you IoTeX to have me here. As the panelist for the topic, investing at the frontier of RWA and AI. I'm Alvin, partner of Summer Capital and head of FinTech and blockchain. Summer Capital is a Hong Kong-based multi-strategic investment company. Most of the team are from like a TradFi background. We start to invest crypto since 2018. We also invest other like tech company, tech-driven consuming industry, and also healthcare. We also have like a venture arm called Summer Ventures, which can invest into like early stage crypto deals. We both invest like equity and crypto projects. And recently, we also launched a Solana treasury company called, the ticker is HSDT. We just changed the company's name to Solana Company today. We raised more than 500 million, can up to like 1.2 billion if all the stable warrants exercised. I think this is the first like DAT initiated by Asia institution and together with a US company. We partner with Pantera Capital from the US side and backed by Solana Foundation. So going forward, we will continue to accumulate Solana. I think we are up to like 5% of the total supply. And yeah, so for the crypto investment, I think given our background, we would like to be in the bridge of the TradFi and the crypto side and invest on like a real use case for the mass users. Yeah, thanks.
Hey everyone, Mike Zyko. I'm one of the co-founders of Lattice. We're an early stage crypto venture fund based out of the United States. It's awesome to see such a massive sold out audience here in the crowd. Appreciate you guys not going out and getting food. Yeah, this is an interesting conversation because like two ends of the spectrum of life or reality as we think about it, you know, AI and then real world assets. And I think interesting places, there's a lot of convergence of AI and RWAs. So we'll get into those conversations. A bit more about Lattice, founded in 2021. Prior to that, I was the head of listings at a company called CoinList, doing large public token sales. We invest in everything at Lattice, from DeFi to DePIN, and everything in between, with a focus on projects that we believe can expand the addressable market of crypto, meaning new use cases, new new asset types, new ways to earn crypto, trade it, sell it, buy it, and yeah, so excited to get into the conversation and pass it to you.
Testing. Yeah, apologies. I was a bit late. Got too excited talking to IoTeX, and I think you guys are doing a great event. So Chunk here from Upstream Capital. Our fund started in 2017. I think we're the third investor into R3al, made our first kind of gold. Later on, we've done many of the good deals. I think this cycle we are private investors in Say, Mentor, EtherFi, IONET, etc. And then recently also set up our liquid fund. We've deployed 15 million on Ethena. We've done 5 million last year, and then a month ago, Double Down. They've also announced that. Also a huge fan of IoTeX. I think we have invested in IoTeX 2 times. Looking to do more. I think we are looking at a lot of tokens or projects with good fundamentals that are having things to do with the real world. That's why I think this conference is super exciting. So that's how we kind of get started. So we've got private, we've got liquid, and also doing a bit of the IPO deals. Most of us, we came from traditional finance background or consulting. I worked in the largest bank in Africa, African Export-Import Bank. Worked at Allianz, Germany, and then I did my MBA in Nigeria. That's why I learned about crypto, and then now I'm here.
Thanks for the great introductions. It's really an honor to moderate such a great panel. So I would like to ask you guys about your investment thesis for RWA and crypto and AI for this year and maybe for the 2026. So Alvin, could you please start?
Yeah, thanks. For RWA actually is we're quite familiar with it given our trade background. So actually we start to invest in the industry 2 years before RWA is hot in the space, right? So when we start to invest in the RWA, we pay a lot of attention to like a stablecoin payment and like tokenized products on chain, because we will see that the development will copy from like traditional fintech industry. For example, in the electronic payment happened in China before, right? You have the payment, you have the e-money in the payment system, and then you also have like treasury products, financial products to fulfill the needs from the users. It will be same in like crypto. So actually, 2 years ago we invest a team called OpenMind, which is just called TGE today. So in Binance. So what they are doing is they tokenize the treasury on chain and would like to bring on like USEO to on-chain users. Also, it can make the investment very easier for the like emerging market users. So this is, I think, very simple concept, and will definitely happen going and emerging in next, I think, years, especially when like many countries like US, like Hong Kong, like Singapore, they passed through the like a stablecoin regulation bills. I think the stablecoin balance will be like over $1 trillion, maybe in coming 1 to 2 years. So when you have large money on chain, then you need to seek for some like investment products. So the first stage will be like high liquid, high transparent, high standard products, financial products. Then we'll innovate into like more high middle risk and other like financial products like stocks and others, right? So so we're still looking for some opportunities in the RWA side. We also invest some like payment companies, which I think is in the same value chain here. For AI, actually we do spend some time here, but we haven't invested too much like deals in the space because we think the fundamental of the fundamental model still is developing, and there's a lot of like unmature stadio in the industry, especially for when we're looking into the crypto plus AI is still very early stage. Yeah.
When I first got into the industry back in 2018, there was a lot of chatter around security tokens. That was sort of the Gen 1 version of RWAs. And you might remember, if you've been around for a while, they were tokenizing some Class B real estate. I think it was a dorm in North Carolina by a RWA protocol called Harbor. And they tokenized an apartment building thinking like, okay, everyone's going to want this apartment building because it's on a blockchain. But the reality is, like, most people don't want to own Class B real estate, or at least the people that are on chain at that point of time certainly didn't want to own that style of real estate. And so for a long time, it's like kind of just a dead sector. Like security tokens as a term died. People were like, why the hell would anyone want RWAs or like security tokens when you could buy NFTs or these other things that appreciate in value 100x in a given year? Because ultimately, most people are looking for returns or yield. Doesn't matter what the underlying instrument is, like they're looking for that. Now, the first really good use cases for RWAs as we define it now were actually a little bit more around like utility value. It's like, okay, dollars or stable coins are the ultimate RWA. It's like we need dollars on chain in order for people to trade and have commerce. So it was more about the utility functional values, how you can trade assets, not against a volatile asset like Bitcoin or Ethereum, trade against a dollar, which most people, mentally could work with. And then you get a little bit further, sort of, I wouldn't even call it like out on the risk scale, but like U.S. Treasuries is the next biggest asset class from an RWA perspective, because it's like, well, we have a bunch of dollars on chain, they're all sitting there, like, why don't we get yield against them? So this is a very easy way to get yield, especially as interest rates rose. And then once you get beyond that, it's like, that's where it starts to still be a little bit more like nebulous. Like, okay, like, private credit, tokenized gold, like you really have to find like what is the functional value of why someone would want this asset? Is it yield? Well, if it's yield, then like does it beat on-chain yield through something like a looping strategy or something like Athena? Or does it have a purpose in a portfolio that's maybe diversified? But most people in crypto, they're like, well, I want to be like totally long crypto, not like building out a diversified portfolio with a bunch of different asset classes. I think over the longer term, as more people come on chain and more people outside, particularly the United States, that want exposure to whether it's US equities, US real estate, startup equity, there'll be more interest in RWAs, but right now it's like it's still things just like dollars and treasuries, which isn't really the sexiest topic. But for us, it's always a matter of looking for, will this asset outperform the ones that people can get access to now? Or is it opening up a market that isn't there today? So for someone outside the United States that wants access to US equities and can't do that through an exchange that's off-chain in their own country, that could be kind of interesting. But without that, if it's like, well, it's mostly appeals to US people and they can already buy it in a Charles Schwab account, we're like, well, I don't think the timing is right for that product, or it won't be for a while.
Absolutely. I think in terms of RWA, there are two major things, right? First is stablecoin. Second one is probably tokenized stock. And for stablecoin, we've been investing a lot. I think Athena, more than 8 figures. We also invested in human finance. I think they are doing PayFi. And then I just had a chat with Resolve Unusual sometime this week. I think in these kind of RWAs, the thing is many of the degens, they go and get yield. But as we see, the industry is going to grow. I think a lot of more traditional people, they need to come to the space and get this kind of yield. And right now, I have a lot of friends, they get maybe 3% of yield right now in the real world. But if we can get these kind of people on chain, I think that is what we're trying to work or trying to look for. And I think this is why we need also IoTeX to build some of the infrastructure to build a better world. And then secondly, of course, tokenized stock has been mentioned I think last cycle, and this cycle people are still looking at that, and we are seeing I think X-Donks and a lot more of that. But the issue is first I think it's helpful for on-ramp, off-ramp, that's the first thing. But the issue is they can't be doing a lot of warrants, options, a lot of them you can't trade pre-market, post-market, and then the most major issue I think if they can solve is privacy. If privacy can be resolved, this kind of tokenized stock platform will fly. But I don't think this is going to happen very soon because once the volume is up, you need to do a lot of KYCs. I think that's the kind of main issues that maybe if this industry can solve, like Bitcoin or a lot of stable coins, they somewhat has a bit of privacy, or there are some of the privacy coins. If we see the same thing in the stock market, I think this is kind of the moment, but it's going to take long. And I think right now, the good choice is to really look into a lot of things that are related to RWA, that are infrastructure based, because it's first infrastructure and then it's application. So I think IoTeX, of course, is good infrastructure, and many of our portfolios are also very good on kind of RWA infrastructure.
Great insights, guys. Thank you. I agree on most of the points. And at the frontier of RWA and AI, I would like to ask you, how would you decide whether to back infrastructure like compute, middleware, or data, or final end applications?
You mean for AI investment? Again, actually, I think like AI is moving very fast in Web 2, right? But in Web 3, still lack of like a real use case integrate with AI. In terms of like infra, I think in last cycle or last years, we see a lot of like AI computing, decentralized AI computing projects, right? But because we invest some like data centers in traditional industries, so we know that it's not best way to do in a decentralized way for like enterprise customers. It's not efficient. It's not with high quality. So I don't think it's a good like right directions. But I do think like AI empowered application will have a lot of opportunities in crypto, especially for like today in the morning, I talked with an investor that he invested a team which using the AI to for the web coding for like crypto projects. They can provide like from end-to-end solution for the crypto team to deploy the apps just in one day. Right? This is very amazing. But in the end, it's not like a pure crypto project. It actually is like I think it's a SaaS company or what, right? But if you see in the future, I think we'll have a lot of like AI empowered application in crypto, like AI agent empowered payment with stable coins. Also, AI agent can maybe have replace some strategy in the yield farming in DeFi world. Also may have some innovative AI content generation or application in social industry. But we still wait to see the exciting projects coming out. Yeah.
Yeah. In terms of AI and investing in the infrastructure stack or at the application layer, for us at Lattice, part of the consideration set is ultimately who the end consumer of that is. So when you think about investing in infrastructure in crypto unrelated to AI, most of it is to get other crypto companies to build on top of your infra. So you're an L1, you want DeFi apps or maybe games at one point of time. And so there's a whole class of end developers that could use that infrastructure. For AI infrastructure companies, the question is like, are there crypto native businesses that want to use that, or is it more about selling into traditional large language models or Web 2-esque AI companies? And I think there's a few that have broken through. So we're investors in a project called Grass. They use token incentives to get end users, retail, to install a browser plugin or a desktop client to ultimately like absorb data from that user's internet browsing. Not like specifically what they're looking at, but like they use the bandwidth in order to kind of get around some firewalls, if you will. So in that case, they can sell to non-crypto companies. And if you think about like the secular trend of AI, you really want to be selling into all of the companies that are raising massive rounds in Silicon Valley, because that's where a lot of the action is from an AI perspective. At the app layer, the question is like, who's going to ultimately use it? And I think where you've seen the most success early on is like people building agents that will be used for trading crypto, earning crypto in some capacity. But like, if you're just an average, let's say, AI agent developer that's not building specifically for the crypto use case at the application layer, and you're doing something like, okay, we're paying for, like, we're going to go out and book hotel rooms for you, for instance. And the real question is like, why are you even building this in crypto? Like, is it just a story to pitch crypto investors, or is like there's really some unlock? And like, a lot of times there isn't. So I think like where there makes sense to be in crypto, like let's say you want to have an agent or an app that like goes out and finds you the best sources of yield and automatically changes it for you, like that could be quite attractive. But otherwise, if it's like, oh, we want to be AI and tap into that, but like we're already crypto developers, so like we're gonna like just be like we're smashing the two together, that's where we get a little bit hesitant.
Yeah, I think we all agree on this point. Crypto AI is still a bit early, and as an industry, it's in the early stage. I think infrastructure is the most important thing. And even I went to a lot of AI kind of panels or conferences in the crypto space. I think it's a totally different people. And also, if you are a very strong project in the AI space or strong team in the Web 2 AI space, you won't want to come to Web 3. Because your ability is already a lot higher. So those who come to Web3, if they are from the Web2 space, they are pretty long-tail products. And I think we are still at this stage whereby we need to see a lot more product market fit. I think last cycle, a lot of projects, they raised with just a PowerPoint without any product. We are improving. We see projects with very working product, etc. But we still I think probably after this cycle or the next few cycles, we will be seeing a lot of more AI applications with good traction, good product market fit, but it's just not the time. And the reason we need token is we need to incentivize users at first. So that's why a lot of projects, they can launch without users. So I think this is really beauty of crypto, like to be honest. And coming back, I think we are investor of IoNet, for instance. They were doing GPUs, I think last year. So there are GPUs, and then there are infrastructure, if you're seeing RTal, also IoTeX. And then I think at the kind of middle of last year, lots of AI agents, so they are trying to build on top. But at the end of the day, those kind of AI agents, they turn back into AI agent platforms, or they build their own L1. So I think they all know at the end of the day, they still need to build an infrastructure, and this is still the time to invest in these kind of infrastructure, I think, at least at this kind of stage.
Great, thanks for your responses, guys. So I believe that research is extremely important when you choose startups for investment. So I would like to ask, how do you differentiate hype and substance when you look for startups to invest? And what are the key metrics you are checking, especially for RWA and AI?
Yeah, I think like because we come from TradFi, so when we start to do the investment, we're quite old school. We are driven by like a fundamental business model. So when we start to do the crypto investment, it's quite surprised to us. Most of the the team or the projects, I think it's like or the narratives, the lack of the fundamentals here. So we try very hard to find some real business model in the crypto space, especially good to see that in RWA sector, I think is have a lot of make sense to the industry. Like for RWA, it's actually like a financial business, right? So either like asset managers or like a payment or like it's a DeFi. So either you can make money from the commission, from the carry, from whatever. It's all like a business, financial business. So when we look into the opportunities in RWA and even in AI, we will definitely look into like product market fit. What kind of needs you want to fulfill for the customers in crypto side, and what kind of pain point you want to solve, and what kind of service you want to bring on chain. Yeah. So when we down to the metrics, like for RWA, we were looking into the AUM. We were looking into the legal structure. It should be in compliance way. And you should also need to know how to integrate with the DeFi protocols in like a compliant way. So it's all about how to go to the market and bring the products to the users. For AI, I think, yeah, it depends on what kind of projects you are looking into, right? For if it's an infra companies, you may look into some tech factors or some like is it a SaaS solution or what, right? But for the consumer-driven products, I think user base is a key metric. Yeah.
Yeah, so every year at Lattice, we do this study where we look back at every company that raised 2 years ago and every seed company, so seed or pre-seed, and then we'll follow up with all of them and find out what happened. So we'll segment by sector and ecosystem, and then we'll be like, okay, this project A, they launched their product, they raised a follow-on round, they launched a token, and then we'll kind of get a sort of qualitative sense for like whether they hit product market fit. And historically what we found is whatever the hot sector of that year is probably the worst place to be investing, because founders tend to, you know, I don't know if I think it probably happens in all industries, particularly in crypto. Founders tend to build whatever they think VCs will invest in. So like whatever's doing well at that moment, like that's what they're like, okay, I want to build AI because BitTensor is trading at $10 billion. I might as well build something because clearly like everyone's super excited about AI. But like you wanted to invest in BitTensor in 2019 or wherever they first raised their round, and it was like not even a narrative. No one was talking about AI or no one was talking about RWA. So like the Ondo seed round was in I think 2018 or 2019. So usually like once a sector is hot, it's not to say there isn't like any good opportunities, but the likelihood of finding one and making a good investment at the right valuation is quite challenging. So for us, like we as a seed stage fund, we really try to avoid the hot sector of a given time period because valuations are elevated. Founders maybe don't have the like right experience to build that, but like it's what everyone's talking about. So you feel this kind of gravitational pull towards that sector because like, oh look, and like right now, like a lot of teams are building yield-bearing stablecoins or vault products. It's like Athena's trading at 10 billion plus, but like Athena again, they raised their seed round in 2022. So yeah, like we'll look at these things. We'll look at AI. We'll look at RWA. It's not to say we won't do those deals, but it's I think really important to tread with caution because the reality is by the time this token comes out, it's going to be 2027, 2028. Like who the hell knows what people are going to be talking about them? And maybe hopefully people still care about these sectors, but like in 2021 or 2022, if you're like, oh, gaming is the hot thing to invest in, it's like now like no one talks about gaming, or very few people. So that's our that's our process for just like avoiding hype, is just recognizing the data supports don't go where everyone already is.
Yeah, I think hype is hype for some reason, but the most important thing is the team. So when we're looking at project teams, we see whether they have the ability to pivot. Because I think in the crypto space, it's unlike traditional space. If you can change your narrative for a bit to accommodate the hype, that could drive a lot more attention. That was, for instance, virtuals. There were gaming projects before, and then gaming doesn't work. And then now they changed to AI. And I wouldn't say they're AI experts, but they can learn, they can pivot. I think that's the most important thing. And same as IoTeX. I remember back in the days, one of the #1 IoT companies, and then they saw the AI is kind of grabbing attention, and so IoTeX kind of shifted a bit more towards the AI. So I think talking to the founder and trying to see if they have the ability to pivot, seeing what kind of knowledge they have is super important. Many times, if you talk to the founders, you know whether they are flexible or not. Because some founders, if you talk to them, they say, okay, this is what I really believe in. Yes, but if that fails, what are you going to do? I think this is really what we are looking at for the kind of RWA. And also one other example, for instance, EtherFi, I think back in the days they were kind of building RSCLRT, and then now they do PayFi. They build their own cash, and then you see the other competitor, Ranso, which we didn't invest, but we still love them. They have a lot higher TVL back in the days, but then they didn't do that well. Because I think if you see something that is hyping, you just need to accommodate, and these are the founders that we're looking for. That's why we double down on IoTeX. We know they are super strong, and I think they have never let us down.
Thank you guys. So to wrap up our panel, I would like to ask you for a quick takeaway for our audience before we finish.
I think crypto, we experience multi-cycles, now entering into a quite different one. This cycle, I think is all about like institutional adoption, user adoption, and RWA payment narratives, right? So it will be a long bull cycle. So just a buy and hold. Let's see. Yeah.
So if the idea is looking at liquid tokens that are out there and considering which ones might be an interesting purchase opportunity, the data is fortunately there. So if it's RWAs, it's all on chain. You can see how much they're earning, what the TVL is. So like follow the data. On the AI side, and I think just more generally, like if you're very good at predicting what the next narrative is, run with that, because that can be quite profitable as a trade as long as you get out at the right time. But if you're, for narrative trades, if you're getting in kind of once it's hot, then you might be too late. So I'd say either if you want to play that game, then focus on finding the narratives before anyone else is talking about it.
To me, I feel this is the best time to be in this space, and the entry barrier is getting a lot higher and higher. Last cycle, you don't need PhDs, but now I think with our masters or some degrees, you can't even build a project. So I think if people who can stay and build something, or if you really believe in something, if you stay, and you're never going to regret. And of course, if anyone is raising, especially for private or liquid projects, happy to also chat.
Thank you guys for the insights you shared today at our panel. It was a big pleasure to meet you today, and thanks for giving the advice and recommendations to our audience. And I wish to meet you guys at the other events during the Token2049. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you for ending the day with such a great session on investing in the RWA AI landscape. We have one last piece of business before we close down for today. I'm not sure if you guys had the chance to go to the Valley stage across the way, but throughout that whole day, we were having 15 plus startups pitch for our Crypto's Got Talent show, where we had, I think, 8 judges from accomplished DPIN and other types of projects, grading startups' pitches. And we are ready to announce our Crypto's Got Talent winner. So I'm going to bring up the CGT team, Giuseppe and Aaron. Here you guys go.
I cannot believe we did this. It was an amazing day, honestly. I had a great time. What do you think?
It was amazing. It was amazing. So many great pitches all day long. It was so difficult to select a winner. We had some amazing judges on the panel trying to make that decision to help us.
I mean, yeah, let's drop some names because I think the judges really deserve like the spot, right? Okay, so we had Axel, we had Zero G, we had Wingbits, we had Layer Drone, and then we had DeLorean, and I think I got everybody.
And Daniel from Deepin Hub.
Ah, right, and Daniel from Deepin Hub. Yeah, I mean, what an amazing, thank you.
Absolute experts.
So guys, just quickly, like I was saying, when we were doing the CGT pitches, if you're not selected to basically win this, it doesn't mean that you're out. It just means that you're basically going through the usual pipeline. So then we'll, reconvene. We'll talk to the judges, community, etc. Then we'll decide who goes to the semifinals. But this is just for the winner of the day, which gets
first prize and a $2,000 check and automatic submission to the semifinals.
All right, so shall we do it? So we picked these projects because the judges were a little bit like half and half, right? Because there were a lot of like great projects. It was a hard decision, but eventually we decided to choose Reply Corp.
Reply Corp, Jordan.
Are they here? Reply Corp, come on stage. So, this is for you.
You all heard me talk for like 10 minutes earlier and gave me this, so I don't need to say anything else, but give a bit, repitch it. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is our X. If you want to follow us, we actually have a pre-sale at 10 p.m. tonight. No shill, but if you thought the pitch was cool, the token's directly integrated into our business model, so go ahead. You can look like one of these two cool people. I don't know. I wasn't prepared for this. I don't have anything to say.
So Jordan, we're actually
live
streaming this right now. So honestly, if you want to give like a 30-second pitch about what you guys are doing, then.
All right.
Yeah.
So Reply Corp has invented a way to turn posts on social media into viral applications that people can use natively on the platforms that they're already on, as I swing this around. So on the platforms they're already on, just by commenting on or liking or sharing those posts. So you get this brand new kind of viral application that people can use right where they already are without onboarding or signing up for anything or going anywhere else. And it's the first kind of application ever where all usage of it is inherently viral marketing. They market themselves to any of the 5.5 billion people currently on social media spending 2.5 hours a day using 0 applications except for the handful that we've built so far. And so we're building a platform to let anybody build this brand new kind of social super app that we've invented to create this explosion of viral applications directly on the social media platforms we already use and love. That's
clean.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan.
All right, thank you, Jordan. Appreciate it. That was a good pitch. I mean, that's no wonder they won. Right? Cool.
I can't believe it all started as a dream.
It all started as a
joke.
dream.
And now we're here.
And now we're here.
Wow, wow. I can't even imagine where we're going to be next. Abu Dhabi, maybe?
I don't know. Let's see. Right, another IRL. I don't know. South America, who knows? Right?
But we will see you online in 2 weeks.
Exactly.
For the 3rd episode.
Yeah,
season
phase
2.
1 keeps going. I think we'll run it until at least end of October, and then we're going to do the semifinals and then the finals. Thanks to Zero G, obviously, for sponsoring this with us, and see you guys soon. I guess Larry's back on stage now, right, for final remarks. How can you top this?
All right, that's it, guys. Thank you so much for coming to Real World AI Summit. we will see you next year for some other type of summit. But really appreciate all the sponsors. Want to shout out Misari and Hashkey for being our co-hosts and all the great speakers today. And if you guys are still with us in the room, come grab a Labubu on stage. Our treat. Thank you guys.
People really liked your project too. So let's chat more. Oh, that one is cute. Let's chat more when we get back.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we can still, move
Yeah.
to the semifinals and
No
stuff.
issues.
This was just for.
Yeah, that I know, bro.
Right. So yeah, people liked it. So good.
Because the guy that last year winner, he told me, bro, your data is quite effective.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Try to work on that. Sell
Exactly.
that data, you make a lot of money.
Exactly.
Yeah, he took my telegram, so he.
Cozy.
Cozy.
Cozy's great, guys.
Yeah, yeah. He